What do you got?
I think I can prove to a judge that both of these men had the mens rea.
What the hell is a mens rea?
It's a legal term the lawyers use. It just means the intention to commit a crime.
Okay, come on, let's go.
Mens rea?
Put the cuffs on him.
How could we have gotten mens rea? We take blood? Can you do it without taking blood? We both use condoms. How is this possible? I want to see a doctor. Can I have an independent blood test?
Money!
I feel sick.
What are you doing?
Mens rea! Oh! Oh! My God! No!
Hey everybody, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. How are we all doing? It is me, Legal Vices on the channel, Legal Vices here, and it is Friday. Welcome to Friday, or welcome to just about wrapping up Friday if you happen to be in my corner of the world. But let's see, we don't need this up here right now. We can put that down there for just a second. Okay, what are we doing today? Today we are here to watch the competency hearing for Mr. Aguilar-Mendez, who we've been covering the past 2 days ago and then about 3 weeks ago. Nutshell story, just everything as condensed as it can possibly be if you know nothing about this case. An immigrant from Guatemala, from a small Mayan village who doesn't speak English, speaks a tiny amount of Spanish, understands a little more Spanish than he speaks. His native language is Mam. It's a Mayan dialect that's spoke by only about 500,000 people on the entire planet, and they're currently involved in a genocidal conflict with the the Guatemalan police. He came to America illegally to earn money to send home to his family. He was put into federal holding for his immigration issues, and whilst in federal holding, they eventually released him to the custody and care of a distant relative who was in the States. So while he was out there, he was doing day labor, it was carpentry or cleaning, or I can't remember exactly what he was doing. He was doing some day labor, living in a motel with some other day labor guys. And he was out one night, early in a May morning, late on a May evening, I guess. I think it was May 21st. So a nice balmy evening. He's staying in a Motel 8. He's sitting on the curb in front of the building next to Motel 8, eating some food and talking to his mother on his cell phone when a cop rolls up on him. And the first thing out of the cop's mouth is stop. There's clearly a lack of comprehension and understanding as this whole thing plays out. Go back 2 days into the file, or just go to the Aguilar-Mendez playlist and watch the breakdown of the body cam footage. It's horrific. 4 officers are piling on this kid. He's 18 years old, 5'4", weighs 115 pounds. It's nothing. I think there's about 48 kilograms, somewhere around there. He weighs nothing. And 4 cops are piling on him. They deploy their taser 7 times in the space of 2 minutes. They knee him in the ribs a bunch of times. They get him handcuffed. And then while he's being taken to the car, the initial officer on the scene, he walks back to his car and promptly dies. Has a heart attack and dies. They charged Aguilar-Mendez with felony murder of a police officer because they say he caused the death. He murdered the cop that had a heart attack a couple of minutes after he was arrested. That was eventually dropped to aggravated manslaughter of a law enforcement officer, which carries life in prison as the maximum. Again, saying that it's his fault. His actions led to the death of the police officer, and he should have known that this struggle would have led to the death of the police officer. We read through some of the investigation report as well a couple of days ago, and the cause of death was natural. It was a natural death caused by basically he had an arrhythmic heartbeat, hardening of the arteries, clogged arteries. What else did he had? Something else. He had an arrhythmic heartbeat. He had hardening of the arteries, he had the blocked arteries. He had bronchitis at the time, and there was something else he had there too, which is kind of why he dropped dead. And they said the cause of death was physical exertion caused possibly, and emotional stress caused possibly by attempting to apprehend a fleeing suspect. Yeah. Oh yeah. High blood pressure. Yeah. High blood pressure too. Thank you, Becky. So yeah, high blood pressure, hardening of the arteries, clogged arteries, and an arrhythmic heartbeat. And he had been having problems breathing due to bronchitis. Apparently had some bowel problems and back pain at the time all this went down. So they charged the kid with aggravated manslaughter of this police officer because he dropped dead. Now, he's still pending with the federal immigration proceedings. So that the federal government can swoop in anytime and say, okay, it's time for your immigration status hearing. They could deport him and he avoids all of this, or it could take years and years and years. Who knows? But we're just focusing on this case here, the aggravated manslaughter of a law enforcement officer. And I think it was like resisting arrest with violence. Those are the two charges he's facing. And again, possible life in prison. And today, what we're going to be watching is what occurred last Friday, which was his competency hearing. And you'll see as we go through it, this is an incredible insight into linguistic differences, basic linguistic differences, and cultural differences, and how that can lead to understanding and actions of people. And plus, they're saying he's not the sharpest tool in the shed just from the jump. Forget all of the linguistic problems. Forget all the cultural problems. They were saying that he's had at least two machete blows to the head at some point in his life, and he's been hit by a car. So yeah, he's not the sharpest kid to begin with. Plus, we have all these differences here, and you're going to hear them. They're going to bring on the defense is going to bring on two experts to testify that he's not competent to stand trial. Not that it's a temporary thing that can be cured with psychological help, but it's an inherent neurological incompetence that can't be cured. And then, of course, you're going to hear the prosecution experts say, "Oh, there's no problem with this. He is perfectly competent to stand trial." And I want you to listen to this as we go through, because there's some fascinating, to me, it's fascinating as someone who's lived abroad for 35 years. It's fascinating to me to see how, because I get it on the level learning Korean. Anybody that speaks more than one language or is currently living in a place that doesn't speak their native language, I think you'll be able to empathize and understand a lot of these issues, probably more so than someone who's only spoken one language for their entire life. For example, one thing you're going to hear them say is that it's a very literal culture where they're very direct and very literal in their speaking. And also, at the same time, they speak kind of metaphorically as well. And the first expert, she's going to testify something, just again, as an example of the things you're going to be hearing over the next few hours, is they're saying that linguistically and culturally in this group of people that speak Mom, they understand the concept of guilty because I did something and not guilty because I didn't do something. But while they understand the concept of guilty, I did something, there isn't a concept of I'm pleading guilty even though I might not have done it, or I'm being found guilty even though I didn't do it. So that's some wild stuff when you think about it. So, I mean, he understands guilty because I did it, but there's just no concept of I didn't do it, but I'm pleading guilty for whatever reason. Because like, you did it, why? And then guilty even though you didn't do it. Like, how could I be guilty? I didn't do it. There's just no concept for that. And also how you answer questions. A good example of this is how Koreans answered negative questions versus how someone, say, in English would answer a negative question. By a negative question, I mean, you didn't do that, did you? So it's like, you didn't go to the store today, did you? In English, we'd say, no, I didn't go to the store. So you did not go to the store today, did you? No, I didn't go to the store. In Korea, they would say, yes. So you didn't go to the store, did you? Yes, that statement is correct. I didn't go to the store today. So you can ask two people that didn't go to the store. You didn't go to the store, did you? One is going to say no, and one is going to say yes. And they both mean exactly the same thing. I didn't go to the store. It's like in English where we answer the concept. We answer the part about going to the store. You didn't go to the store, did you? No, I didn't do that thing. Whereas in Korea, it's the question itself that they're answering. You didn't go to the store. That is correct. Yes, I didn't go to the store. So you're going to see a lot of things like this come into play during this competency hearing. And decide for yourself. Is this a thing? Is it legit? Is he being honest and truthful with the experts and with himself and with the translators? Or is he putting on a big show? This is going to be up to you guys to decide. We'll have to see how it goes. So, before we get going, there's just a couple of quick things we have to do. One, welcome to the 262 of you people that are here. We currently have, what do we got in the likes department? 119 likes. Wow, thank you so much for that. That is very, very good. But there's still 150 of you or so that haven't done your job. Get down there and hit that like button. You got another minute or two to hit that like button without missing anything. It's free, totally doesn't cost you anything, and it gets the algorithm going. And the same with the subscribe button. If you haven't subscribed, I would be very, very grateful if you would do me the honor of subscribing. And if you are subscribed, just please double check to make sure you're still subscribed. And over here, we've got our like and subscribe poll, our daily like and subscribe poll, which is just my friendly reminder to you to hit the like and subscribe button. So do that right now. And let's see and then after you do that, vote in the poll. How much do the cops in this case suck? That's our question we're asking today. How much do the cops in this case suck? A little? A lot, all the suckage, and they ain't so bad. Those are your choices. We'll check in a little bit later, about 45 minutes from now, and see how it's going. So that brings us up to speed. That takes care of the like and subscribe BS. We'll go through this just as we go through a normal trial. Unfortunately, we can't watch this at 1.25 speed because a lot of the people have really thick accents, and it's hard to understand at 1.25. But on the on the road there, again, as the super chats come in, we'll flash them up on the screen, and then when there's breaks in the testimony, when there's natural changing of witnesses and whatnot, we'll read out the super chats and address them, and then we'll also bring up the chats as they come in during the show. So to begin with, Law Lands Angie. Law. I can't see if that's an angle or it looks like an Angie. Sorry, it just. That I or L is very vague at the end. We'll say Angie. Lowlands Angie. Lowlands Angie said, we'll be visiting Wyoming/Montana next year. What is a must-see? Send me a message on Twitter. Send me a direct message on Twitter. That's the easiest way. If not, you can resort to email. Both of them are the same. The Legal Vices at Twitter and thelegalvices@gmail.com. Hit me up there and you tell me where you're going in Montana and Wyoming, and I'll be happy to tell you some places that are definitely don't miss. Oh, and how you're traveling. If you're driving, where are you driving from? Just give me the basics, and I'll kind of tell you some cool stuff. Bella Stella has started off with gifting 10 Legal Vices memberships. Dang, Bella, thank you so much. That is so generous of you. If you got one of those 10 Legal Vices memberships, give Bella Stella, give her a super special thanks. And Marv White says, I can see the poll finally. Yes, they have pulled their heads out of their poll holes. And we can see the polls now. JKD Buck 76 might as well blame the toilet for Elvis's death. Right. Thanks. Question mark. And that dog in him, $20. Thank you so much, sir. Seems like the cop's argument is a lot of responsibility pushing on the person you need 2 layers of translation to communicate with, along with this man minding his goddamn business and a dead cop who didn't. Oh yeah, this thing, as far as I can tell, and anybody else who's going to analyze this, the initial approach of the officer was completely an illegal Terry stop. He had no basis to talk to the guy, no basis to try to frisk him down, et cetera, et cetera. But go back, watch the body cam footage, my commentary, and see what you think about that. And this 2 layers of translation is a thing, because you'll watch, especially the first translator, she's from Cuba, and she was explaining that the people would ask her questions in English, And she would translate it. Okay, it was like English to Spanish to his language, back to Spanish, back to English was how it was translated. So you can get a lot lost in translation that way. So, all right, that's it. We can see we got a lot of ground to cover here today. But thank you all so much for the generous start out, and we'll proceed accordingly, and we'll see how it goes. Make up your own mind. This is broken up into two parts. There's the first 5-minute video where they're talking about the translation, and you can begin to see the problems they're having just getting started. And then the court takes a break, in which case we'll switch to the second video, which is the actual hearing itself. So we get a 5-minute warm up to the hearing, and then the hearing itself. So let's bring this on up, and let's go.
All right, so on that motion.
And by the way, of course, this is a court proceeding, so the audio sucks, just in case you were wondering. It'll take me a while to balance it out, but I'll do my best. Oh, Lord. Bella Stella. Thank you. Just thanks. That's all I can say. It's Friday. Let's
release the hounds.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that. For those of you who don't know, if we reach $100 in super chats, we unlock the Doggo Cam achievement, which is so totally not set up that I have to reach over here to do that. Give me just a couple of quick seconds. All right, what's going on here? Right. The dogs are here. They should probably be sleeping the entire day because I took them to the office today because the cleaning lady was here. And they didn't sleep all day, so now they're kind of tuckered out. So let's bring this up here. Bella Stella, thank you so much, seriously, from the bottom of my heart. Let's give you a foghorn for that, everybody. Here comes the big foghorn. And my co-host for the evening, Strawberry on the left, Yoda laying down my two little English bulldog babies. So there we go. All right. Let's start this hearing again. Thank you so much for that again. Seriously.
Ms. Peoples, you had filed a suggestion of mental incompetence to stand trial. The court did order a competency evaluation to be conducted by a court-appointed expert. The court received that report. Additionally, the defense, I believe, also retained 2 additional mental health experts to conduct examinations of the defendant, and the court has also received those 2 reports and has reviewed both of those reports as well. So, Ms. Peoples, I'll turn it over to you at this time. And I'll tell you what, before we do that, I do just want to make sure that your client is able to hear everything that's being said.
All right, this is where we kind of see things start to go south a little bit.
Can you hear, is the interpreter speaking to you, and can you hear everything that we're saying here in court today? If so, please nod your head in the affirmative.
No.
You cannot hear the interpreter speak to you?
I am understanding what's going on, hon.
My question to you is, are you able to hear the interpreter speak to you?
So the woman's voice you're hearing is the translator, and they're just trying to get, can you hear the interpreter?
Yes.
All right. If at any time you are unable to hear the interpreter speak to you, will you please raise your hand and point to your earphones to let us know that you can no longer hear her speaking?
And notice how long it takes to get an answer, just because you have to go through the translation process.
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right. Now, Ms. Peoples.
One moment.
Morning, Your Honor. Defense calls Dr. Donnie Castillo.
All right.
Your Honor, at the same time, I'm sorry to interrupt the flow, the defense would move to exclude the cameras. The defense does not have authority to provide the court at this juncture, but it is to exclude the cameras, not the presence of the media for the competency.
Yeah, so they want to get the cameras out of the courtroom. The prosecution does.
The competency hearing, this portion of the.
How's that, sure shit?
That the court instructs the camera to be turned off and that no one be able to record these proceedings. If you have authority for the court to order that to happen at this time.
No, sir.
You need some time to research that matter and provide the court with the authority that the court would have to order the camera to turn off for a competency hearing. I'll be happy to stand down and give you sufficient time that you need to research this matter to obtain any authority that the court can rely upon before I can grant that request.
The court would just give me 1 moment.
I'll be happy to.
Damn it, I'm muted. Sorry. I said a lot of good things there. I was checking the volume to see how the volume levels were on, and I didn't unmute myself. So all right, what I was saying is in that lengthy spiel you didn't hear, I like the fact that this judge takes the base position that the cameras have the right to be in the courtroom. He's asking the prosecution for their authority to exclude the cameras. He's not asking the defense, do you have any case law or do you have anything that would support why the cameras should be allowed in the courtroom? He's telling the prosecutor, what is your authority? Give me some case law, give me something that would give me the authority to exclude the cameras. So I really do like the judge for that. And as someone asked if it's proper or whatever for the dogs to be this fat. These are English bulldogs. These are actually very thin English bulldogs. They weigh about 23 kilograms each, about 50 pounds each. They should be about 10 kilograms or about 20 pounds heavier than they are. I got the two smallest ones from the litter. So yeah, these are small from English bulldog standards. They're thin. They're underweight, aren't you, buddies? Yeah. All right, let's get back to this, and I'll try to remember to unmute myself once I finally get the volumes worked out. But here we go.
Stand down. We'll go into recess for 10 minutes. Allow you some time to research that and provide the court with the authority.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. We'll be in recess for 10 minutes.
Motion recess.
All right, that's where they go into recess. That's where they go into the recess here, and I think you're onto something here, Melanie. Of course, the state wants the cameras out because the cameras are going to see this shit, and people are going to start seeing. And now this case is starting to pick up national attention. You're starting to see it on the AP wire, on things like that. CNN's picking it up. So this case is going to start to get a lot more attention than it's had up to this point. So there we go. Let's bring up the next one, and then once everything gets going, we'll work on the sound levels because the courtroom sound sucks. All right, bring up the next. This now clearly the prosecution couldn't justify the exclusion of the cameras because the cameras are in the courtroom, and that's what we're going to be watching now. And let's see, big in that. This is the first witness. We missed the first part of this. They didn't have the first part on cameras, but not very much. This is the beginning of her. She's Cuban. She is one of the experts that's testifying in this on behalf of the defense.
Okay. So in terms of social history, he comes from an intact family. He said his parents raised him. It's not clear whether they got along well or whether he observed domestic violence. That's not clear from the interview. He has siblings, and he has a 6th grade education. He did some agricultural work, both in Guatemala and in the United States.
It's agricultural work, not
And
carpentry.
he
Sorry.
might have repeated the 5th grade.
And turning to trauma history, can you describe if you're able to learn anything or if you did learn anything about trauma history?
Yes. It's difficult to ask about head injuries, even for somebody with no cognitive deficits or language barriers. For him, it was nearly impossible to ask about, did you sustain a head injury? Did somebody hit you on the head? Did you hit yourself on the head? Did you lose consciousness? That question was very hard. Did you faint? So he mentioned at least 2 head injuries involving machetes from the work in the agriculture. Like one, the cousin was playing and hit him in the head, and another point, he hit himself in the head. But it's not clear whether he was hospitalized or lost consciousness.
So at least two machete injuries to the head.
Overall interview, Ms. Virgilio.
The interview was extremely difficult because of his difficulty understanding sentences. It would have taken hours to get a thorough history, and I'm not sure that it could have been done. So he cooperated. He tried to speak to me in Spanish, and he made errors that way, so I had to stop him and say, use the interpreter. So he indicated that he was somewhat sad, worried. He did not report any psychosis, hallucinations, suicidality.
And are there instances?
So that's all he could tell this expert, was that he felt sad and worried.
Yes. So he mostly answered yes, no matter what the question was asked of him. At some point I asked, how did your parents get along? And he said, yes. So his tendency is to say yes, or yes, I understand. So for example, I would say, this is my role, this is what I'm here to do. Do you understand? And he would say yes. Then I would say, okay, explain to me what I just said, and he couldn't explain it to me, he couldn't articulate it. So he has a tendency to acquiesce.
Now, turning to competency, what is your opinion?
All right.
We
We have the levels as best as they can be. So I have no business touching the mute button again. But yeah, okay, that's the second interesting thing you're saying about this, how he has a tendency to acquiesce. He'll answer the question yes, even if he doesn't understand the question, just so that he's seen as cooperative, acquiescing, agreeing with whatever the speaker is saying, even though he can't repeat or explain what was just asked that he said yes to. Boomer! All right, let's go.
My opinion is that Mr. Aguilar-Mendez is not competent to proceed to trial, and he didn't understand his Miranda rights.
Of course he's not going to understand his Miranda rights.
When you evaluate a patient, what are the 2 main categories that you're looking at?
So in terms of competency to proceed, we follow the Dusky standard, right? So we have to see whether the defendant has first we need to see what are the problems. Is it a mental illness, or is it a cognitive deficit, or is it an intellectual disability? And then we look at, well, does this person have the present ability, the ability now to consult with his attorney with a reasonable degree of rational understanding? And does the person has a factual as well as a rational understanding of the proceedings against him and the legal system? And whether the person made this waive his Miranda rights in a way that was knowledgeably, intelligently, so those are the voluntary.
Can you please explain to Judge Smith how Virgilio lacks a factual understanding of the case?
All right, so if we look at the different facets of competency, one is the capacity to appreciate his legal charges. So he didn't know the names of the legal charges, and I explained what the names were, and I explained what they were. Most important than the names is that he couldn't understand that he was being accused of manslaughter, and that involved somebody dying, and he didn't understand that concept. And he would forget information after a brief delay. So he could parrot things immediately, and then within 2 minutes, he couldn't talk about it again. He had a lot of difficulty even understanding, not even using words like felony or misdemeanor, but a major crime or a minor crime, and he couldn't understand that. He does not understand the penalties. His thinking is just very concrete. So, but let me finish with the factual. So, he understands guilty and no guilty in terms of
Yeah, see,
guilty
this is
means
it.
I did it, and no guilty means I didn't do it. But he couldn't understand nuance beyond that. So he couldn't understand the difference between being guilty, pleading guilty, or being found guilty. And that those are very different concepts. He couldn't understand that. He couldn't understand what the potential penalties are or the adversarial nature of the legal system. So he thinks that the role of the judge is to find out the truth. So that the judge is just gonna like look at the case and say, this is true and this is not true. And that the prosecutor is someone with authority over him that he must obey, and he must do what the prosecutor.
Yeah, that's a misconception we want to clear up immediately. In his concept, the prosecutor is someone he has to obey. That should tell you a lot about the culture he comes from, right there. Where the prosecutor is someone you're supposed to obey. Yeah, get that out of your head real quick, Mendez. That ain't happening in the States. Trust me.
Once. He had difficulty disclosing facts to the attorney in terms of like what happened that day and his life in general. So those are the concerns. Usually people have factual understanding and they lack the rational, but he didn't have the factual, the most basic.
Right, and can you explain to Judge Smith how Virgilio lacks a rational understanding of the criminal justice system? I think you touched on it a little bit.
Yes, so the rational understanding will be a higher bar, and that is the ability to think critically. So, for example, the concept of a plea bargain. That requires to understand hypothetical scenarios. So in this case, let's say that you're guilty, but there is no evidence. Does it make sense to plead guilty? Or let's say that you're not guilty, but there is a lot of circumstantial evidence. Does it make sense to plead guilty? And he really couldn't understand this. We spent a lot of time on plea bargaining. And at the end, he said, if I say something along the lines of, if I say I'm guilty, then I get more time, which is the opposite what a plea bargain is. So he couldn't really take things and apply it to his case. His thinking is very concrete. That means people who think in concrete ways, they are literal. And he cannot do hypotheticals, he cannot imagine as if. So that's difficult for him. That's more along the lines of abstract thinking. He cannot think critically through issues. So that's why he lacks the rational understanding of what it would mean. Most importantly, what his rights are. So we had a lot of trouble when I asked him, for example, what does it mean that you have the right to remain silent? And he said that he understood, but when I asked him to define it, he thinks the right to remain in silence means he cannot be rude to the police. That's what that right means. So it became apparent to me that he didn't have a concept of not only Miranda rights, but rights in general. And that part of that is cultural, but part of that I couldn't explain to him.
Now, I think you touched on this, but just to flesh this out a little further. How does Virgilio fail to consult with the attorney, myself as counsel?
So one of the things that he has difficulty, well, I asked him, what would you do in a case? How can you help your case? What is the evidence in your case? Give me a timeline of your life of that day. And he has difficulty doing all of that. So he will have difficulty tracking things, expressing information. His information at this point is unreliable. He had a lot of difficulty with numbers. He couldn't provide numbers and dates and the order of events. So that's one way in which he couldn't do that. He couldn't look at evidence and be able to challenge that evidence or help the attorney challenge that evidence. He doesn't understand how the legal system works, and what is worrisome in this case is that at some point they interpreted it as permission to teach him with her resources and with her examples. So part of what we do in an evaluation of competency is, I want to know not only what he doesn't know, but can he learn? And he couldn't learn information even when someone was explaining it to him in different ways.
And is that an example of kind of what you're saying about the thinking is concrete? Because a lot of plea bargaining and these issues of not guilty versus guilty are more nuanced, and he's not able to really understand that because his thinking is, you said, it's literal.
Yeah, his thinking is literal. If I didn't kill somebody, then I'm not guilty.
See, people. Well, first of all, this is stop calling him a kid. He was 17. He barely turned 18. That's a kid. My son is 23 and he's still a kid. An 18-year-old, someone who's just turned 18, is a kid. So, yeah. And Marv White has gifted 5 Legal Vices memberships. If you got one of those gifted memberships, please give Marv White a super special thanks for his generosity and support. And these are two things that you pay attention. Amazing Disgrace says he only crossed several countries to get here, totally incompetent. And he was smart enough to illegally sneak into the country. See, that she is saying he thinks literally, he thinks linearly, but he doesn't have conceptual thinking. He doesn't have abstract thinking, like the difference between being guilty, pleading guilty, and being found guilty. He doesn't have the abstract conceptual difference of these things. That's different than how to get from point A to point B. He's saying he's competent that way, but he's unable to learn the abstract thinking, the example, for examples and the hypotheticals and things like he doesn't have that ability, which is totally different than getting from point A to point B. So keep that in mind.
And if I'm not guilty, there is no way a judge can find me guilty because I didn't do it. And he doesn't understand that there is a difference between feeling I'm not guilty and pleading not guilty, which is different because you could be not guilty and plead guilty, or vice versa. And what that means, or you could be found guilty by the court. So he doesn't understand those concepts. That's very hard. He doesn't understand the concept of right, which should be easier than plea bargaining. Plea bargaining is one of those concepts that is very hard to understand.
All right, so you're saying rights in terms of legal rights. How is that a nuance?
Well, if you can't figure out the difference, the problem might lie with you.
I think it's both, because I can understand, okay, I was born and raised in a country, in Cuba, where people don't have many rights, but I come here and I understand that in America people have a lot of rights, and I immediately understand that. And he was not able to understand the concept of rights. And there is something beyond the cultural issue with him, because I have worked with individuals who understand things or can learn things at least.
Right, meaning it's not just a culture, because you just gave an example of coming to this country and learning the issue of rights.
Yes,
yes. It's not just culture, there's more going on.
Yes, so my opinion is that individuals of my descent can learn, and their intelligence level, when we find ways to capture that scientifically, but I have talked to people who seem like genius, talk like genius, understand things, and people who don't understand much. So my guess is that there will be a variety of IQ and cognitive resources. So beyond the culture, beyond the barrier, he couldn't understand things that were simple.
All right, so you're now, for example, then,
Okay, maybe we need to we need to clear up what a competency hearing is. Is this the same as the insanity plea, claiming I'm immature, so prosecute me as a child instead of an adult? No. What a competency hearing is, you have to be found competent, you have to be able to understand the charges against you. I mean, this is this is competency in a very, very basic level. You have to be able to understand the charges against you and the punishment you're facing. And you have to be able to actively assist in your defense. So if you don't understand the charges, if you can't understand the punishments involved with it, if you are unable to actively help your own defense, then you can be found incompetent. And that's what we're finding. Can he actively assist with his defense? Does he understand the nature of the charges against him? Aggravated assault of a police officer resulting in a cop's death. Can he understand that? And she's saying no, he just lacks the ability to understand the concept that he murdered a cop, or he aggravated manslaughtered a cop. So that's what we're looking at here. Can he understand the charges and the punishment, and can he actively assist in his own defense?
We're looking to your past examples of working with man-speaking individuals, and they were able to learn because you were teaching in the hospital.
Yes.
And come along with the competency.
Yes, and I was able, with some individuals of my descent, they were able to acquire the language fast. I was able to, with two of them, I communicated in Spanish, even though they spoke man, but they were proficient enough for me to be able to communicate in Spanish, and with one I needed an interpreter.
And are you having an experience when you spoke to Aurelio?
With Virgilia, it was very difficult because I tried to simplify my language, explain things very slowly, very simply, put different examples, have the mom interpreter put her examples. I even looked at how the legal system works in Guatemala. He lives in a little village where there's no police presence, but there is a council of people in the community that judge people, and he wasn't able to understand, well, this is similar to what a judge would do or what a jury would do. He couldn't understand those concepts.
So let me turn to the issue of malingering. Did you detect any malingering in your evaluation or interview?
No. So when individuals malinger, they are making up symptoms or they are exaggerating symptoms. So he said he denied being depressed, being anxious. He didn't want to seem unintelligent. He said, I understand things. So he was eager to say, I understand. He tried to explain things. So that's different to somebody saying, I am so depressed, I cannot understand anything, I'm hearing voices, that flamboyant presentation, that's the opposite of what he did. He wanted to be careful, he didn't want to guess things, he wanted to try his hardest.
Now, why do you suspect that there are neurological issues for Aguilar-Mendez?
Yes, so the difficulty retaining information, memorizing things, the difficulty learning despite multiple attempts to explain it in very concrete language with
Dana, we'll talk about this in just a minute. We'll talk about this after she finishes testifying.
Well, when he communicates in Spanish, his language is very telegraphic. He makes grammatical errors. He speaks broken Spanish. But even when I spoke with him through the interpreter, he would provide me answers of questions I was not asking in a very concrete way. His language was simple, and he just couldn't learn.
What is your recommendation for Aguilar-Mendez?
So when I first saw him, and I mentioned in my report, okay, so I mentioned in my report that he appears psychiatric state, he's stable psychologically. However, the type of competency restoration services he requires may be better provided in a forensic hospital. At the time I wrote my report, I thought there are no other places that offer this kind of restoration services. So even though the main idea of going to a state forensic hospital is because the person needs medications because they're so unstable, and they can be compelled to get medication there. After I spoke to Mariana Blanco from the Guatemala Maya Center, she indicated to me that that her center, which is a non-for-profit organization, has a lot of resources that can help him get restoration, competency restoration in an outpatient basis. So she explained to me that they will
He's from a
transport him
tiny
or go to
Mayan
him,
village
doesn't
in
matter where he is
Guatemala.
in the state, that they will provide translation services either in person or through Zoom, that they will provide medical treatment, that they will provide education. So it seems like that they have a wealth of resources. And in that case, if those resources are available, he doesn't need the intensity of a forensic hospital because he doesn't seem to be in danger and he's not psychiatrically unstable. And I also had mentioned the developmental disabilities defendant program. That could be an option. It's gonna be difficult because to my knowledge, and I'm not a neuropsychologist, but to my knowledge, there's no instruments to capture his intellectual disability, but I defer that to a neuropsychologist.
So what did you learn then, or since, about the Mayan culture that you didn't know at the time of the evaluation?
Well, according to my training, in terms of competency, I know that we need to make sure that the person has the rational understanding. So it doesn't matter if they say, yes, 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 I understand. As in the interrogation video, he could say, yes, 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 but he never recited the rights, he never articulated them. So I repeated the questions over and over again at different points in the evaluation. I have come to learn that that's what typically is done with individuals of this culture. Because they don't understand the questions, it's helpful to repeat the same question over time because it might change. The other thing is about the way the story comes for them. They need to be helped in construct that story. So for example, if he says something like, I fell from the bed, he's not saying who pushed you from the bed. So, okay, were you pushed from the bed or did somebody push you? Somebody pushed me. Was your mom there or was your father there? So it's very difficult to obtain that story, and that requires a lot of checking in with the person and acknowledging a tendency to acquiesce, which is why when I realized he was saying yes to everything, I asked him, how do your parents get along? And he said, yes. So taking that into account is very important to check in with them, to make sure they understand, to maybe do several sessions, and to have a Mayan interpreter.
Is he restorable?
That's questionable. So I wouldn't say he's not restorable because we haven't tried, right? So I cannot sit here and say, well, he's not restorable. But to me, it's questionable because he didn't show any signs of being able to learn. So I say my recommendation would be to try to restore him and see if maybe one-on-one competency assessment with language appropriate services, if he can benefit from those.
Now, after your review of Dr. Leon and Dr. Davis' report, were their opinions consistent with yours?
Well, I think when I read Dr. Leon's report, it struck me how similar to my experience it was. It was very consistent with the things. I think one of the things she said, she opined that he could be able to behave in court. And I said, no, but I agree with her. He's able to behave in court in the sense that he will not interrupt, he's not aggressive, he's not violent. But my concern about being in court is that he will not be able to track and consult with his attorney. So that's why I put unacceptable in that part. So I'm looking at that question in a broader term. But the same language issues, the same cognitive problems, Dr. Leon's assessment was consistent with me. Dr. Davis is consistent with me in the sense that none of those capacities, the capacity to testify, and knowing what he charges, knowing the penalties, he was not able to say any of that to Dr. Davis. It's just that Dr. Davis arrived at the conclusion that effort might be suspect because he couldn't learn, he refused to guess, things that could be explained, in my opinion, by other things.
And real quick, we pushed pause here for just a quick second to welcome our guest for the day. It's Megan Fox. Hi, Megan.
Hi, Jeff. Sorry, I was sleeping again. It's Christmas break, I tell you.
Hey, good for you. It's Megan. This is our first witness for the defense.
This is the first one?
doing
Okay, because I've been
yes.
watching for a while since I woke up
Yes.
like a half an hour ago. So I think I'm caught up on what her
Yeah.
deal is. What happened before that? They were arguing about cameras or something?
No, they were surprisingly. I thought it was the prosecutors. The defense wanted the cameras out, but the judge says, "What's your reason for give me some legal basis for wanting the cameras out?" And there wasn't any, so the cameras are in. So the judge is of the basic view that cameras have a right to be in the courtroom.
Great.
Yeah, this is it. So the gist of this, which I guess we gotta, and Megan, just stop reading chat.
Okay.
just tell you right now.
It's bad again?
Of course it is, because people have opinions, Megan. They're wrong, but they have them.
They're wrong,
that dog in him with the $10 super chat. Thank you so much. How lax immigration laws are in the U.S. right now, and quote those people who tell them that they will be protected once they're here. How can we be sure that he knows his being here is illegal? We're not sure he knows anything because that's what they're arguing. Let me read this other one here. Psycho Mom XS4 says, "I'm sorry, but you can't fix mental retardation," and that's what she's talking about. Is she's making it very clear that he's psychologically stable. He has no psychological problems. He's not hallucinating. He's not hearing voices. He has basic neurological problems. He's not the sharpest tool in the shed. He has learning disabilities, intellectual problems, not psychological problems.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what she's talking about. And Dana loves Zumba. If he's here illegally, can't they just send him back? I'm guessing the cop's family wants him in prison first, then get sent back. Well, the feds always trump the state. The feds, and he's in the middle of immigration proceedings now. He's been he was released to the custody and care of a distant relative who is here in the States. So he's free to walk about, but he's still under immigration proceedings. He's waiting for his immigration status hearing, and when that happens, it could happen tomorrow. It could happen 3 years from now. But when that happens, the feds can come in and say, "Hey, he's ours. We have precedent. We're deporting him and send him back." I'm thinking that's the way out for him. That's the way out for the state. They've made an ass of themselves. The way out is to have the immigration thing get processed really quick and send him away before they have to make fools of themselves in court. But anyway, they're separate proceedings. The federal proceedings here, and then this the state aggravated manslaughter of a law enforcement officer proceeding.
I thought something interesting I didn't know that I heard just coming in here was that in his village, there are no police. They just have like a council that you go to.
Yeah.
That's interesting. So again, if you have no experience with police and all of a sudden, like never in your whole life, and then all of a sudden you're beset by 4 police officers tasing you and beating you and stuff.
Well, and the only police he may have, we don't know if he actually had any contact with them, is the Guatemalan police. And the Guatemalan police and military are essentially engaged in a genocidal purge of native Mayans.
Mm-hmm. Wonderful.
So, yeah. But she's in the middle here of explaining that.
This is the thing that this is I hope they don't deport him. I want him to get his day in court. This is the kind of person that we would want here anyway. Someone who works hard, someone's trying to escape a bad situation for a better life. But the politics involved in this are just going to demand that he be deported, most likely, which is it's not okay.
Well, if you were him, would you want to stick around after this?
Probably not. He probably just wants to go home to his Mayan village.
Yeah, just go back to the simple life. And again, this is a kid who apparently already has learning disabilities, and it's either her or the next expert that talks about this 6th grade education. It's not really a 6th grade education. It's he basically went to some type of a school in his little Mayan village somewhere where you basically learn to survive. Talk about that. But not only does he have no education, he seems to have a learning disability, and he's had 2 machete injuries to the head, one from his cousin fooling around with a machete, and one apparently self-inflicted machete wound working in agriculture in Guatemala to the head, and he was hit by a car at some point too, all before the age of 17 years old. So that's what we're dealing with.
Those of you who don't think that anybody should come into this country are out of your minds. It's just silly. It's silly. This country is a big country. There's plenty of room for a lot of people who want to come here and not be criminals. Well, I don't know what the problem is there. I don't know why that's a controversial view, but the only disagreement I have is the way they come in the country and the way that they're vetted.
Yeah. Yes, is this man a lawyer? I'm a lawyer. If you're talking about me, if you're talking about the witness, you're just being mean. But if you're talking about me, yes, I'm a lawyer licensed in the state of Utah. There we go. Let's go on with this. We've still got 2 hours and 20 minutes left.
But he didn't demonstrate those capacities with Dr. Davis either.
Would there be other explanations for why my client performed poorly beyond malingering with Dr. Davis?
In my opinion, he provides information that is inconsistent, and that could be explained by a lack of understanding of things. So if I ask him, what is guilty means, guilty is I did it. Well, maybe that's not a great example, but for example, his educational level. So he will say that he made it to 6th grade, but later he said that he went 2 years to school. He has a lot of difficulty with numbers. Also, he doesn't like to guess because it's almost like a sign of being disrespectful, and they really defer to authority and acquiesce. So depending on the question and the way you ask the question, he might agree with you and he might acquiesce to things. So that is one thing that I think is different. So if you ask him to articulate, that's when you will realize that he has a lot of trouble.
And I think you touched on this in my last question, Your Honor, but just in terms of your experience with the MEND community, that would be both in the criminal and the immigration courts. So it's not just in the criminal setting.
Yes, it's mostly actually immigration courts. So seeing individuals who were separated from their parents while crossing the border, or individuals seeking asylum or looking at risk for them. And like I said, there is a distinction between the cognitive issues that I see and just cultural barrier. And also, beyond the culture, there is that idea of what we call the clock of competence, that individuals with intellectual disabilities want to appear smart, and they don't want to be intellectually disabled. So they will say things like, yes, I understand. Or they will say, yes, sure, I play chess, I'm very smart. But then if you ask him, what positions do you like? What are your favorite pieces? He will not be able to articulate them. So there is that desire to
So let me follow up with that point then, because and I'll just bring you right to it. There was a point in one of the video clips of, I think I shared with Alves, where the roommate said that he doesn't speak Spanish. But my client then told in the interview that yes, he can communicate with Spanish. Would that be an example of someone being ID, trying to mask what their real abilities are?
So someone with an intellectual disability could say, yes, I speak Spanish. That was my experience with him, that he said, yes, I understand what you're saying when I spoke Spanish, and I would say, tell me what I'm saying, and he couldn't do it. So yes, he says he understands, he speaks Spanish, but somebody else might be a better judge of that.
Oh, yeah. No further questions.
Cross-examination. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
I have a question for you, because I don't think it was discussed much. You indicated early in your testimony that you received a copy of the recorded interview that Detective Mendes did with the defendant in this case, correct?
Yes.
And I think you also received a transcript of that, correct?
Yes.
Oh, and Bella Stella, thank you so much. I forgot to do the shot for this, so thank you very much.
To converse with the defendant during an interview for about an hour.
In my opinion, they communicated, but they seem to be having parallel conversations. I think Virgilio was very suggestible, and he would adopt the things that the detective said. but he didn't come up with things himself.
For the entirety of that conversation,
I reviewed the part of the Miranda waiver. So up until the transcript, that's what I reviewed, all the beginning of the evaluation.
okay, so let me just clarify some things here. Are you saying you only reviewed the portion up through the Miranda warnings?
Well, there is, so he talks to him, offers him a drink, they talk about the Miranda, but then he gets some background information as well. Where were you born, and things like that. And he also talked about what happened actually in that part of the interview.
Okay, so let me ask you a little bit more. Did you watch the whole thing?
I didn't watch the whole hour, no. I watched the first, up until he talked about what happened that day.
Can you explain, because you said that, and what I really want to drill down is I understand your total opinion here, your overall opinion. I know that the law or the statutes require you to kind of say what it is. What's the reason for the deficits here? My understanding of what you testified here today is not so much a mental illness or psychological issue, but an intellectual issue. Is that correct?
Yes, I was not able to, in depth, I cannot sit here and say he doesn't have depression and anxiety. I cannot say that because it was so difficult to communicate with him, and depression and anxiety are concepts that require abstract thinking. So I'm not ruling that out, but what was glaring to me was the cognitive or intellectual issues that I saw in him. And that would be, for now, the basis of incompetence, in my opinion.
And as a doctor psychologist who does this quite a bit, you understand there's sort of two tracks when it comes to competency. There's the intellectual disability as well as the mental illness. I mean, the Department of Children and Families has jurisdiction over one issue, and the Agency for Persons with Disabilities has the jurisdiction of the other issue. You understand that?
Yes.
And so, under which track would this fall under?
Well, that's the difficult part, because I don't think I was able to conduct a full assessment of Virgilio. In 2 hours, it was extremely difficult to get through these concepts. So I observed intellectual issues, difficulty learning, difficulty with memory. I don't know, because I'm not a neuropsychologist, and I don't know if there are instruments that could assess his level of intellectual functioning. For example, to look at neurocognitive disorders, I would need to know what was his functioning before the accident or whatever acquired injury he has, and what is the functioning later. So I cannot make those assessments. So my understanding is that he has difficulties, but I cannot name them because that would require a neuropsychological evaluation.
Okay, so is there anything other than a neuropsychological evaluation that the court would need in order to make a determination as to which track Mr. Aguilar-Mendez would fall under?
Well, I think observations. So if we place him in a program where he is being evaluated, we will be able to know, regardless of the deficits, whether he can learn, if we give him that time to learn information.
And he can do that in a secure setting?
He could do that outpatient or secure setting, whoever can offer the services.
You understand it would pretty much almost have to be a secure setting, because even if, say, for example, the court were to allow him there's an INS, there's an immigration hold on him, so we wouldn't be able to release him from there. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I don't understand the legal ramifications as to whether he could be placed in one or the other. I think just clinically speaking, he can benefit from outpatient services. That's what I'm saying.
Nothing further.
Redirect.
Nothing further.
Steve.
Yes,
Thank you, ma'am. We're free to go.
Thank you.
Steve, will you call your next witness?
yes, sir. Defense counsel, Dr.
They're going to find him competent, right, Jeff? Is that how this works?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know how this ends?
No, the judge hasn't made a decision yet.
Oh, still?
It's only been like, what, 5 days? This was last Friday.
Okay.
He has actually, while we're speaking, he's having a bail hearing. But the bail's been set, I think, like $50,000, so it may as well be $1 billion, for him.
Right.
But anywho, we're moving on to the next witness. Hey, Mo in the deep end, and their viewers just joined. Hello. Hello,
Mo.
Mo and peeps. Thank you for joining. Good to have you here. Dana Loves Zumba says, is he here legally? Then I agree that he should be prosecuted here. Again, just for those of you that are joining, first of all, I mean, immigration has nothing to do with this. He's under federal immigration. He entered the country illegal, was taken into federal custody, where he remained in federal detention for quite some time. They released him to the care and custody of a distant relative, and he was free to roam about the streets and walk around, and in this case, free to eat a sandwich and talk to his mother on the phone when he was jumped
while
by the
he's
cops.
waiting this adjudication process.
Yes. So these two proceedings are going independent of each other, and the feds can trump the state at any time. And no, YouTube, not the bad, mean, evil orange Trump, the superseding Trump, as in the card game Trump. Anywho, bad man, orange man, bad. All right, jeez. All right, that's where we're at the end of the first witness. We're an hour into this. Welcome to Megan Fox. Now, meganfox.locals.com is where you need to go get all of her details, right?
That's correct. We have a live chat going over there right now, watching this stream too. So there's a
hi.
Locals is watching and having fun over there. That's where you put all the memes. We don't have any memes yet for this one. It's probably because it's too depressing.
It is. This isn't a meme thing.
There's just I haven't found anything funny yet.
Yeah, there's like zero funny about this so far.
Yeah.
Other than the whole fact that they're trying to bring aggravated manslaughter charges against him for a cop having high blood pressure, heart arteries, clogged arteries, and arrhythmic heartbeat, bronchitis, bowel problems, and back issues at the same time. But this kid is the cause for his death. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because he laid on the ground and screamed for 13 minutes. So it's clearly his fault. Yeah. There you go. Let's see how we're doing 1 hour into this. What does our like and subscribe poll look like? How much do you hate the cops? Oh, how much do the cops in this case suck? That's the question. How much do the cops in this case suck? 5% of you say a little. 17% of you say a lot. 73% of you say all the suckage. And 5% of you say they ain't so bad. All right, we'll check in another hour and see if these numbers have changed at all. And for the 557 of you here now, 311 likes, 250 of you haven't done your job. So get down there and smash that like button. And please take a chance on me and give me a subscribe if you haven't already done so. That would be great. It costs you nothing. It's free. You can even subscribe and just forget about me forever if that's what you want. But
I just noticed that the judge has a tuft.
Yes, this is the judge. This is also a tuft of justice.
God, I'm telling
all judges have tufts.
It's like a look for the judges in these cases lately. This is like a judge thing.
It is.
They all go to the same. Thing. They all follow the same Instagram page about what to do with your bald spot.
Yes, all Florida judges are required to have a tuft as part of their. When they're.
I wonder if his stands on end when he's angry, like Judge Carroll. Has he gotten mad yet?
Not yet. We'll have to see if it gets aroused when he. Sarah Adams is the newest member of the Clean and Sober crew. Thank you so much for joining us, Sarah Adams. Pleasure to have you here. How much does the prosecutor suck for prosecuting him? A lot. But to them, it's a game. If they're not prosecuting him, they're going to be prosecuting someone else, so they may as well prosecute him.
Don't they have some wilding Utes who were knocking over a Walgreens to prosecute?
Yeah. Well, he was eating a sandwich and talking to his mother on the phone, perfectly legal, next to the hotel where he was staying. And the cop that died was 52. Someone was asking about his age yesterday or 2 days ago. I forgot to mention. So he's a 52-year-old with hardened, blocked arteries, arrhythmia, bronchitis, high blood pressure, bowel problems, and a back issue. 52 years of age. And not taking any medication. He was not being treated for any of this shit. So yeah, it's the kid's fault. He wasn't visiting a doctor and taking any medication for any of the myriad of problems he was facing. But anyway, let's see what the next witness has to say.
Someone in the chat just had a really good point. Illegal entry is how this country was made. It's true. Did the people on the Mayflower ask any permission? Did they?
Megan knows how to call him Chad. Hello.
I hadn't thought about it that way, though. It's kind of true.
Hi, I'm Megan Fox. Oh, look at this gigantic barrel of gasoline. I just happen to have a lit match. What could go wrong?
It's a joke. Although it's true that that is the case.
Island of the $2 super chat. Mods are today's heroes. Go pet a dog. I have 2 of them here. And Megan, forget all of this. Forget all of the people saying, yeah, he's illegal. Yeah. We had someone call my dogs fat.
Oh, what? No.
Yeah. I tried to explain that they're actually underweight for English bulldogs, but they only weigh
They're
50
adorable.
pounds.
They're
They should be
not
like 70
fat.
pounds.
They're not fat. They're
they're
adorable.
They're just like me. They're genetically fat.
They're chubby and cute.
Yeah. Yeah, they should be
But
20 pounds
bulldogs
heavier.
are supposed to be chubby. If they were skinny, they would look really weird.
I got the 2 runts of the litter.
Aw.
Strawberry was last and Yoda was second to last.
I think they're adorables. Yeah, stop
Me too.
disparaging the dogs.
Don't
No,
call
we,
my
we,
dogs
we need
fat.
to be body positive when it comes to the dogs.
It is. It is. Only with dogs.
We can fat shame everybody else, but not the dogs.
All right, let's jump back into this here. For the next witness for the defense.
This calls Dr. Yolanda Leon.
Dr. Yolanda Leon. Okay. Oh, she's a big one. This is not an English bulldog. This is a witness for the defense.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Go ahead and proceed in the witness stand. So please direct your voice
This is a witness for the defense again?
Yes.
Please state your name and Judge Smith.
Good morning, Dr. Yolanda C. Leon.
And what is your profession?
I'm a neuropsychologist, clinical and forensic. I'm a clinical psychologist and a former school psychologist.
Psych.
And are you licensed to practice in the state of Florida?
I am.
How long?
I've been licensed since 1997, and I've been practicing since
Bradley,
1986.
can't argue with there. My dogs are fucking stupid.
Was it the
They're
licking
dumber
the
than
floor that
My
tipped it
dogs are
off?
dumber than a fucking bucket of rocks. Can't argue with you there. Don't call them fat, but please feel free to call them stupid and retarded. They are.
Neuropsychologist at the USF.
At least they're not licking the floor this morning.
I'm an assistant professor, and I'm the co-director of training for our neuropsychology fellowship program.
And can you describe the work that you do within that fellowship training program?
In the fellowship training program, I
They are
help
dumber than dirt. I
training
can't argue with that.
rotations for doctors who are doing a 2-year fellowship in neuropsychology in preparation for board certification. We schedule the didactic trainings that involves bringing in speakers on different topics. We do supervision. We arrange for them to see patients clinically as the main doctor that sees them, where we are the attending that supervises them and signs off and is legally responsible for the ultimate report under a training setting. So we teach and we supervise.
Now, as part of the work that you do as a director, include consulting other professionals? Or let me rephrase it, do other neuropsych teams actually come to consult with your program?
Other neuropsych teams sometimes will consult with our program. We mostly serve as a consultative service for neurosurgery and neurology, although we serve all of the specialties in the College of Medicine and in the community.
So basically, she's the overqualified person here.
Now, what court-related assessments have you done over the years?
I've done court-appointed assessments for competency, sanity, ability to waive Miranda, mitigation, juvenile resentencing, sexually violent risk assessments, violence risk assessments, and Jimmy Rice evaluations.
How many times have you evaluated a patient for competency to stand?
Wow, you're lucky. You got one of the smart ones.
Several hundred times.
And in the past, who retained your services?
The court.
All right, I'm going to pause this here. We got 2 super chats, and then I'm going to attempt to boost her up to 1.25 speed because they're both speaking like everyone should. Yeah. Anyway, but I don't know if it'll work because of the echo in the courtroom. But we'll give it the good old college try. But while we're paused here, that dog in him says, breaking news. Officer finds brown man eating a sandwich on the corner. Cop decides to give it a whirl and dies. More at 11. And the DCV Titan, the proceedings should be over his entering the country, not the unrelated death of Officer Porkins and his refusal to see a doctor. But unfortunately, the proceedings are ongoing with the immigration. That's feds. This is Officer Porkins we've got going here. All right, let's see if we can boost this to 1.25 and still comprehend what's going on. Where are we at? Normal. 1.25. Let's give it a whirl and see what happens.
Different courts throughout the state. Where
Oh,
I've
we're
been
perfectly
on the
fine.
circuit, and I've been court ordered. I've been retained by the defense, and I've been retained by the
Retained, not
prosecution.
detained. There you go.
And you've testified previously within your specialty of neuropsychology in the state.
Yes, ma'am.
And that would be state and federal courts?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, turning specifically to this case, what were you asked to do?
I was asked to assess Mr. Mendez for competency and to determine whether or not he had some sort of neurodevelopmental disorder. I think the order literally said mental retardation, now known as intellectual disability.
And what records did you review prior to your interview of my client for AGUILAR-MENDEZ?
I didn't review any prior to my first interview that I did by Zoom, but after I met with him, I read the reports of Dr. Davis and Dr. Castillo. I read the charging documents, and after his evaluation, I viewed the transcript of his interview with the detectives. And I spoke with his mother through a mom interpreter and the staff at the Mayan Center. I believe Miss Blanco is her name.
Let it go.
And,
Let it go.
I think that's it.
All right, here we go.
And why did you interview Virgilio the second time? Meaning there's that first time on Zoom. What was it that brought you to see him in person the second time?
Zoom is a great way to conduct an assessment when the person is not impaired in some way. During COVID, obviously, we had to do many evaluations that way, but now we're not in that situation. And I quickly surmised that he's not Spanish dominant and that he's mom dominant. But there was something not quite right about him that I knew I wouldn't be able to assess on video.
Mom is the language he speaks, not his mother.
I wasn't sure if his appearance was typical Mayan or he had some dysmorphias, and I can't appreciate that. Dysmorphias meaning unusual features often associated with some sort of genetic disorder, and that can be associated with a neurodevelopmental disorder. So I believe I alerted you to those concerns, and we talked about me seeing him in person to do a more comprehensive assessment of his language-related functioning and his intellect.
So for that more comprehensive evaluation for his cognitive abilities and language-related issues, when was that?
I believe
The actual spelling of mom is M-A-M.
Who was present?
You were present, I was present, and although in the background, I believe there was a deputy present just outside the door.
And was there an interpreter present for that evaluation?
There was a mom interpreter present by Zoom or video. I think we had audio.
Did you prepare a report after those evaluations or those interviews?
I did.
Now, if I turn and focus in on the neuropsychological neurocognitive testing, when you assess a patient for competency, what exactly is it that you're testing or assessing?
I'm assessing the statutory requirements, which are exactly those that Dr. Castillo listed. And when I'm evaluating him from a neuropsychological perspective, I'm interested in his overall presentation, his language, his thinking, and looking to see if there's any.
Yeah, that's what she said.
Of some sort of brain dysfunction that could impact his competency status.
And if you look to ID issues, what do you evaluate or test for with intellectual disability issues?
With intellectual disability issues, we look at his overall level of cognitive functioning, his IQ, or his horsepower or bandwidth is a more modern term, if you will, in terms of intellect, intelligence. And we also look at adaptive abilities, that is activities of daily living, the individual's ability to get by in the world, to survive and function in the world. And also we look at, in adults, instrumental activities of daily living, which are part of adaptive abilities. Those are the higher level abilities, like being able to manage one's finances or medication, or make legal decisions or important medical decisions for themselves without the assistance of others. The DSM-5, the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, 5th edition, that is the code of criteria for making a diagnosis for another or not, requires that to make a diagnosis of intellectual disability, the individual must have deficits in adaptive behavior, activities of daily living. So that's an area that we look at.
And then in a
She's
neurocognitive
smart.
screen, if you've already answered it, that's fine, but what do you test with a neurocognitive screen?
With the neurocognitive screening, we're looking for some sort of physical evidence that something is amiss with brain functioning. In the case of a mom, where their language is so vastly different from that of ours, and where clearly I'm not proficient and most evaluators are not proficient, we can't rely on language alone to be able to make an assessment of their brain functioning. And there are no standardized tests in mom, and no mom neuropsychologist that I'm aware of in the United States, or maybe even in Guatemala.
See, I find this fascinating. I mean, for me, as someone like this who's lived in a non-English speaking country for 35 years, I find the linguistic part of this fascinating. That they can't adequately just ask him questions and rely on his linguistic answers to determine whether or not has a learning disability, whether he has a mental disability or whatnot, just based on his language, because the language is so different. And I mean, it's what we talked about earlier. Even with Korean and English, the example I gave a few minutes ago, I don't know if you heard that, was if I say, gee, Megan, you didn't go to the store today, did you? If you didn't go to the store, an American would say, no, I didn't go to the store. A Korean would say, yes.
Oh, because they're
answering the question. Yes, I didn't go to the store. They're answering your question, not the concept behind the question.
Right.
So you can have somebody not go to the store and say no and yes, and it's the same answer depending where they come from.
Mm-hmm.
So I find the linguistic side of this and the cultural side of this to be absolutely fascinating. And she's a smart one. She's gonna give some good testimony here. But Cakes Boo from Australia says, "Oh dear, all of those issues and no meds." Yeah, he had all those issues. He had all the issues. He had all the health problems. It took no meds. And the DCV Titan, yes, Megan. Now complete the thought and tell us the fate of the Indians. That's why people are against illegal immigration.
I don't really see that happening with the immigration we have going. We'll see.
And Miss K Grift forever being helpful. It's ma'am. I thank you for wasting your 11-month membership free chat on that helpful comment. Love you, Mrs. K Grift. And Ken's counseling couch says, spoiler alert, intellectually disabled persons can and do have the ability to work and live with some or a lot of independence. Absolutely correct. I will tell you the worst job I ever had in my life was there was a higher. I'd lost a job, and I don't believe in going more than 24 hours unemployed. You can find a job somewhere. I lost a job, and I called in a favor on a friend who was at the vocational school where they hired handicapped people to make Christmas tree stands and garden stakes, which is literally taking a block of wood and going ree, ree, ree on a bandsaw. And they had a certain number of things they had to do every day, a certain number of Christmas tree stands and a certain number of garden stakes they had to make every day. And of course, because of their disabilities, they never got the full quota done. So my job was to go in and do all of the work that the handicapped people didn't finish during the day. That was the worst job I ever had in my life. But for them, that was absolutely the best job they had because they were making money. They were being independent. They could still function. They could still do things. They could still get from point A to point B. But it was, like I said, it's intellectual, not survivability, not linear thinking. It was conceptual thinking that was the problem. So absolutely correct, Ken's counseling couch. You can be independent and get from point A to point B, country A to country B, especially if you have help, and still not have the ability to learn. Just saying.
Yep. The ability to learn thing is interesting.
Yeah.
And the head injuries would explain that.
If he didn't already have some base problem to begin with.
Right.
But yeah, here we go.
That can actually do a measure of neurocognitive testing. But when you look at sensory perceptual abilities, they will give you a physical cue or clue, if you will, as to whether something may be wrong with that person's brain functioning. So we do a screening to see if there's any of those indicators.
And then in terms of the actual neuropsychological testing for my client, I understand what you just said, that there's no specific or formulated directly within his language, but were you able to do any neuropsychological testing for my client?
I was not able to do testing, but I was able to do screening.
And what were the results of your screening?
Well, the results of the screening support that there is something wrong with his brain functioning.
And what were you able to determine about the issues with his brain functioning?
One of the things that we assess is his eye movements and his eye functioning. We look at his eyes and how they move and how they work and what he can report seeing or not seeing under certain circumstances. One very apparent and obvious sign is he has his left eye turns slightly inward. That's a left inward strabismus. That could happen because of brain dysfunction. It can also happen because of a problem with the muscles of the eye, and it can just be a lazy eye. It could be corrected, but those are much fewer cases than that of some sort of injury to his central nervous system. In addition to that, when we look at his visual fields, he has a deficit in the bottom left side on both eyes. That's a very consistent sort of pattern that most individuals would never be able to come up with if they wanted to appear impaired. But it definitely is consistent with some sort of dysfunction. It's only the lower quadrant, so we call it an inferior quadrant synopsia, and it probably indicates that there's something wrong with this parietal pathway of the nervous system. So that's another indicator that something's wrong.
Oh, go ahead.
So then we do a frontal system screening, which is a battery of tests.
Nobody knows.
People call it the Luria frontal systems screening, and it involves commands and asking them to do things. Now, at this point, we had the Mon translator, the Mon interpreter, and I asked him if he understood this Mon interpreter, if she seemed like the same dialect of his village. I agree with everything that Dr. Castillo said, and it's very difficult to know what he understands and what he doesn't. But given that she asked him, I'm taking that that's the closest we can get to him understanding as we're going to get. And his answer was very interesting. He said he did understand her better than the previous one. I don't know who the previous one was or on which occasion he was talking about, because he has difficulty with sequencing. Getting him to tell me a sequence is very, very difficult. He doesn't seem to have that ability, or it's an ability that's deficient. So when I ask him to do certain commands, because sometimes when you have a certain type of brain dysfunction, brain injury, from head injury or seizures or a stroke or an encephalitis, anything that he could have had that I have no way of knowing,
you can see them do poorly on these types of motor movements. And on one of them, we did it twice and he came up with the same wrong response. So given the cultural differences, the language differences, that we were working through an interpreter, and given that I can't count on what he actually understands or doesn't understand, I have to take all of that into consideration. But the fact remains that he was consistent in the type of error. And when you put that together
That's
with
interesting.
quadrantinopsia on his lower left quadrant, his left eye turning inward, and his inability to do complex motor movements, even when I demonstrated them for him, supports that something is not right with the central nervous system.
Right, so then that, the central nervous system, and that's indicative of some form of brain damage.
I think he has some sort of brain damage, yes.
Now, if you had seen my client Aguilar-Mendez in a clinical practice, what would you recommend based on the test results? And if you had called that a clinical interview, what would you recommend?
In a clinical setting, my differential diagnosis would be, is this neurodevelopmental? In other words, did he come to the world this way, or did he suffer an insult as an infant or a child, or even prenatally or during birth that resulted in this injury to his brain? Or did it come afterward, in which case it would be a neurocognitive disorder? In either case, without more information that we can't get at in a neuropsychological test battery because of the language and cultural differences, I would be referring him for an MRI of his brain, and I would be referring him probably for an EEG, because there's a question of whether or not he has or hasn't had some sort of episodes that may be seizures in the past.
I'll be right back.
Now, your role in this case was it was not to provide a clinical diagnosis, correct?
Well.
I'm sorry, I would also refer him directly.
I have the buttons now.
I would order the test ahead of that so that by the time he saw the neurologist would already have those results.
Now, based on your training and your education and your expertise in both as a neuropsychologist, what's your opinion of my client, Aguilar-Mendez?
He has either a neurodevelopmental disorder, and I believe it's intellectual disability because of his concrete thinking and his impaired adaptive abilities. And I believe that it may be the result of some insult that came early in his childhood, but was made worse by possible head injuries with the machete story that is unclear. There was a potential accident where he was struck by a car, fell to the ground, and declined to go to a hospital, which I understand from my experience with the Mayan culture. They are afraid to go to our Western doctors, our typical Western medical doctors. They will often opt for the homeopathic curers or healers in their culture. So it could be one or both, but my conclusion is that there's something neurologically wrong with him. He definitely has a significant neurocognitive impairment, whatever the etiology, and he does not meet the statutory criteria to be competent, and he definitely did not understand any of the Miranda interview.
You think?
Now, earlier, you were present.
What are you? An idiot sandwich.
Explaining that when it comes to issues of nuance,
Sorry, Jeff. Button pushing.
Your results or your test results that would support, or does that support your test results that nuance is difficult for him, that he has to rely on short, concrete issues?
As soon as he left, I started pushing
It
buttons.
not only has to be concrete, and this is again beyond his Mayan language or his dialect or his language variant. I worked with probably upwards of 50 to 75 mom in both clinical, criminal, and civil settings, and they don't show this level of deficit or dysfunction, with the exception of a couple of carbon monoxide poisoned individuals that I saw in a civil suit, but they were proficient.
I'm sorry, that's a horrible thing to laugh at, but that's a terrible thing to laugh at, but it's telling. I mean, there's only what 500,000 the estimated mom speakers on planet Earth. She's dealt with 50, 75 of them. That's actually a pretty large number. when you think about the likelihood of her coming into contact with him. And she's saying that they're all higher on the cognitive level, except for the ones who've been victims of carbon monoxide poisoning.
Oh, jeez.
Which is a horrible thing to laugh at, but it shows.
Why are there a high percentage of victims of carbon monoxide poisoning in the mom speaking tribe? I don't understand.
Of Southern Florida. I guess there may have been like a family that was a victim of it or something. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, it's a horrible thing to laugh at, but I mean, it's just showing you how, and this is obviously a qualified woman. Counseling couch. Oh my God, Jeff, how could you laugh at that? How could you laugh at this as much as I did? No, I mean, it's a horrible thing, but she's basically saying this guy has the intellectual capacity of a carbon monoxide poisoning victim.
Oh God. How much worse can this get?
And I was able
Much, I guess. I don't know.
their full assessment in Spanish, but they weren't this impaired. They had some memory problems.
Oh, I'm sorry. His intellectual capacity is worse than a carbon monoxide poisoning victim, because they were better than him. Oh God.
Both clinical, criminal, and civil settings, and they don't show this level of deficit or dysfunction, with the exception of a couple of carbon monoxide poisoned individuals that were mom that I saw in a civil suit, but they were proficient in Spanish, and I was able to do their full assessment in Spanish. But they weren't this impaired. They had some memory problems as a result of the carbon monoxide poisoning, that insult that they were not like this gentleman who appears to have a developmental delay. So I think that if we look beyond the language and the culture, yes, he's very concrete. I also think he may have some problems with his hippocampi, the part of our brain and our temporal lobe that is responsible for forming new memories, not just memory functioning.
Daily Quick Bites, the answer's a lot.
New memories.
Both
And
sides of
that's why
this.
you can ask him something or instruct him and say, we call this pen, and this is a blue pen, and this is a red pen. And he'll repeat it, but then 7 minutes later, it's probably gone. And I believe if I were able to test him using my instruments, I would probably be able to demonstrate that psychometrically and scientifically. We can't do it because we don't have the instruments in his language. But it all holds together. The whole picture holds together.
You touched on it a moment ago regarding the trauma history. Was that part of why there's a sequencing problem in terms of his ability to tell a story from start to finish?
Any of those etiologies or causes could result in that. If he came to the world with intellectual disability, or he's one of the many thousand mom children that were probably exposed to carbon monoxide. There was a landmark study where they looked at about 1,300 kids and I think 1,300 controls outside of that area of Guatemala where they use those stoves, and there was a correlation between the amount of time that the mothers 32 miles from where he grew up is where they did the study. So it's the same culture, the same type of cooking. There was a correlation between the number of hours they spent in front of the stove and the amount of delay. These were Spanish-speaking kids. They took kids that had learned Spanish in school, so they were able to use nonverbal, what the study calls nonverbal and culturally adapted measures. So it sounds like, looking at it, most of the measures were visual memory and nonverbal.
Well, there's the answer to your question, Megan.
There was a correlation between the number of hours the kids were being held by the mom in front of the stove and the level of impairment as measured by these adapted measures.
Now, that's actually very fascinating to me because in Korea, they have heated floors. Every single house has heated floors. And it's heated through hot water being piped through the floors. And, you know, I have like I don't know what you call them in English, but it's like a space boiler where the water goes into the boiler, gets heated, then it gets, it's not like a giant water tank of heated water. I have no idea what you call those in English, but so it pumps the hot water through the floor. Now, up until probably the mid 90s, or early 90s and mid 90s, the vast majority of the houses, especially like even in the late 80s, were heated by giant cylindrical charcoal briquettes. It'd be like this big around, like this high, and you'd have basically a stove. It was just like constantly burning, and you would stack 3 of these charcoal briquettes on top of each other, and that would heat your water for the cooking, for showering, for the floor. It would still circulate through the floor. But the problem is it's constantly giving off carbon monoxide gas. And a lot of, you're muted, Megan.
Whoops, that's a problem, I said.
Yeah. And so there would be a lot of deaths in the winter because people would have leaks in the carbon monoxide, in the walls and the floors and whatnot, and the carbon monoxide would leak into the house. They didn't have windows open in the winter, and so a lot of Koreans would die of carbon monoxide poisoning. My ex-wife's family were rescued by the neighbors at one point because they were essentially in that position. I mean, in retrospect, might explain something. But, just kidding, X. If you ever happen to hear that, I'm just kidding. Yeah, but yes, I mean that's kind of fascinating. So they're doing kind of the same thing. They're using something, charcoal or whatever's putting off
and then standing over the stove holding a baby.
Yes.
Wow.
Interesting. See, this is the stuff that's fast. This isn't a normal. Is he hearing voices? Is the dog telling him to murder people? Is he Taylor Swift business kind of levels of crazy? This is someone. Do they have the intellectual ability to understand what's going on?
Yeah, this is an interesting one that we haven't seen very often, right? This type of competency hearing where the actual competency of the person is being talked about instead of they're crazy. Because he's not crazy, but he has seriously stunted ability to understand things. And that you do have to ask, what is the responsibility of the state to not prosecute people who have no concept of understanding anything of what's happening to them? Well, what is the option though then, Jeff? So if he's found incompetent to stand trial, then what?
That's very interesting. I mean, if it's a psychological thing, they put you in a hospital until you're cured of your psychological illness.
Yeah, but that's not what this is. This is a deficit of intelligence.
So the first witness was asked about his ability to learn. They can put him in a teaching hospital, like in a hospital facility where he's taught to become competent.
But then you run into civil rights. You run into civil rights problem there too, because he's not a danger to society, so you don't have a mandate to keep him behind in any institution. So he would have to go there voluntarily, I would think. But then do they drop the charges? What happens here?
Well, and see, that's the other thing. If they do just say, look, we just can't try this guy and he can't learn, so putting him in a hospital isn't going to do him any good, then he would almost certainly go straight back into federal detention for the immigration proceedings.
Right.
And
this is all very, very. It's going to get real complicated.
And that's why spoiler alert, at the end, that's what the judge says. This is a complex case, and I need time to think about this.
Yeah.
Oh, no, he could be sent to Johns Hopkins. So, I mean, this is very fascinating.
Don't go there. Don't send him there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what's the worst that's going to happen? They drop him on his head again?
It sounds like this in there. Scary place, Johns Hopkins. Don't go there. The dead cop's family may beg to differ about not a danger to society thing. He died of clogged arteries. Perhaps
hardened arteries, clogged arteries, arrhythmic heartbeat, high blood pressure, bronchitis.
Perhaps his family should. What is that noise? Is that my computer? What is playing? It's my. Dang it! What is this? My phone just started playing music for no reason.
Ghost in the machine. Blame Krispy Kreme, right? Anywho,
an alarm. That was weird.
Let's get back to these impairment issues. I mean, this is what's fascinating, because I've never seen a competency hearing like this before. It's usually, are they psychotic, are they nuts, or do they have some sort of mental problem? I mean, like, psychological problem. I've never seen one like this. This is fascinating. I mean, it wouldn't be as fascinating if he would have been a native English speaker, but it's a very obscure language with a even more obscure culture. This is incredibly fascinating. If he isn't mentally fit, you must have quit, says I'm Hero.
Well, one of my
Well,
locals
yeah.
peeps says, when I've had clients in the legal system, when they're found incompetent due to intellectual disabilities, the charges are just dropped. Ginger with
Yeah.
the Soul told me that in on locals.
Yeah.
So that's interesting.
And in which case you would probably go straight into federal detention.
Mm-hmm.
And Raven the History said, my sister, this is talking about the place where I worked. My sister worked in one of those, putting logos on team towels. She worked part-time and got $30 paycheck at the end of 2 weeks. They screw over disabled people. Luckily, the one I worked at was actually a training and teaching facility, and they got paid at least minimum wage. So they were getting paid exactly as much as I got paid. It was the worst job I ever had.
So it could be that he could have been exposed to carbon monoxide during his early childhood. It could be that he was hit in the head when he was a child, or he fell, or he may have had high fever that was some sort
He went to
of
Johns Hopkins
viral infection that impacted his brain. Or it could be the car that hit him.
They dropped
here
him
in
on
the
his
United
head.
States when he refused to go to the hospital. He may have had a concussion. I have no way of knowing any of those could have caused everything that I'm seeing on my examination.
Can you explain to Judge Smith, and I'm going to bring you back just to a few final questions about competency, how he lacks an understanding of the criminal justice system?
It's exactly as Dr. Castillo said, he doesn't have the ability to appreciate, to have a rational understanding of something. We have to appreciate everything that's involved in that topic, whatever it is. I'm still not clear that he has the ability to understand the concept of rights. Other moms do. I've evaluated dozens of moms for competency, and they do understand rights. Eventually they get it if they're taught in either Spanish, if they're proficient, or in some other way. He doesn't seem to understand that. When I asked his mother to tell me how she would describe rights, she could not. So I don't know if there's a family history of delays, or it's their region or their culture, but other mom can understand rights. He can't appreciate or think abstractly. He can't do a cost-benefit analysis. Well, if my lawyer recommends this, but that's going to result in that, maybe I better go with the previous option. He doesn't have the ability to think that way because he can't sequence, he can't abstract. He certainly doesn't understand higher level vocabulary. And then so much is lost in the translation that it seems almost an impossible task to be able to get him to a place of being what we call restored. I don't think he has the intellectual capacity.
And what examples then, but it sounds like from what you're describing, he's also then has a failure to consult with counsel. He wouldn't be able to do that.
I observed that he wasn't able to do that when you and I were trying to get the questions answered.
And in terms of your review of the interview with Detective Jimenez and the client, did you see examples in there of interest?
I did.
And what were they?
May I have just a moment to pull them up? Thank you.
And while she's doing, I just want to make a point that what does aggravate? What is the basis? What are the requirements? What's the test for aggravated manslaughter? Aggravated manslaughter it's the killing of this is under Florida statute, the killing of a human being by the act, procurement, or culpable negligence of another without lawful justification. Now, so what does culpable negligence mean? So it's aggravated because it's a police officer, basically. So what is culpable negligence for the aggravated manslaughter mean? Culpable negligence it's an act that's committed with the utter disregard for the safety of others, or involves a person consciously doing an act or following a course of conduct that the person must have known or reasonably should have known was likely to cause death or great bodily harm. So what they're saying is that this kid should have known, or he either knew or should reasonably have known that by him resisting arrest, which apparently means laying on the ground, screaming, and being tased 7 times, and trying to not be tased
Resisting is
anymore.
screaming and struggling when you're getting tased.
Yeah, so he must have known, or should reasonably have known, that him doing what he did was likely to cause the death of that police officer. That's the standard they're looking at. Did he know, or should he reasonably have known, that him squirming on the ground and trying to get away would likely have caused the death of that police officer? That's the standard they have to prove, which I think is utter and complete bullshit. In what realm would you know, or reasonably know, that trying not to be tased, squirming around, and trying to stand up and get out from underneath 4 police officers would likely result in the death of one of those police officers?
And that's crazy.
Just throwing that out there.
He didn't even know what the guy was talking about. How's he going to understand what could happen?
Oh no! Well, he's being charged with what is it, like aggravated resisting arrest? Oh, it's like resisting arrest with violence is one of the charges. The other charge is aggravated manslaughter.
Yeah. Okay. This whole thing is really frustrating.
Yeah.
So going by the transcript, unfortunately, I wasn't able to hear it. I think I would have appreciated it much more had I been able to hear how the detective
Exactly, honey,
spoke
2800.
and whatnot. But there's a couple of examples that I think are crucial. So at one point, the detective says,
Officer Fat?
those are the rights that a person has when they are going to be asked questions about a crime that there has been. And Mr. Aguilar says, aha. He said aha to almost everything, which to me means absolutely nothing. It's just a response, but I don't believe that it indicates understanding. So then the detective.
And see, that's another interesting, that's a common thing in Korea too. Like, yeah, nay means yes. So it's like, yeah, so whenever you're talking, people will always just like, no matter what you'll just be talking to them going, nay, 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 which just means the only thing it means is I'm listening.
I'm listening. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't mean I'm understanding you or I agree with you, even though you're saying yes.
Like we say, uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
It's I'm listening.
Yeah, you're saying yes, 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 yes. It literally means nothing other than I'm still breathing and you're standing in front of me talking.
Okay, so the member Blue Vara wants to know,
Yes.
what was he under arrest for to begin with? He wasn't under arrest. This cop just came up to him while he's eating a taco on the street with no probable cause and no reason to touch him, and started touching him and trying to pat him down. There was no legal stop.
Suspected trespassing,
but he never got charged with trespassing. So where's
he
the trespassing? Never
got it. And you think if they're charging with murder originally, they're not going to be charging him with trespassing if he was trespassing. Yeah, so basically they decided he wasn't trespassing after all. So he was literally doing nothing wrong. He was sitting on this curb in front of a closed building next to the Motel 8 where he was sitting, eating food on a May evening, talking to his mother on the phone. And some cop didn't like it.
Mm-hmm. And he became all super bully cop, and bad things happen when you do that.
John Coleman, Legal Vices. How would I say, can I have a Coke? I assume you're talking about Korean and not English. See, in Korea, Coke is just a cola. It's like, cola hanken juseyo. Like, give me a can of Coke. Cola hanken juseyo. But anyway, that's like weird. Thanks for asking that. Not sure why you asked that, but all right. Yeah.
Get this, Jeff.
What?
We just found out, and my daughter's going out of her mind. We're getting 3 foreign exchange students from South Korea at her school.
Oh, cool.
And she's begging us to take one of them in. And I think we're going to do it if we can. Oh, we're totally going to do it if we can. This is like the greatest gift she could ever be given. Fairy's the one who's totally obsessed with K-pop and everything South Korean.
Oh God, don't do it.
Yeah, I'm totally going to. It's like the best Christmas present ever. They're sending 3 teen girls, all her age, from South Korea. I don't know how people feel comfortable enough to send their 15-year-old overseas into a stranger's house, my God, I couldn't do it. But I do feel
Well,
like
I'm glad they did, because I dated a Finnish exchange student in high school.
How is that? Well, is it like how do people feel comfortable enough to send their child? Like I feel fine taking her in,
Yeah.
but to send my child overseas at 15, I don't know if I could do it.
Because they know there's Megans waiting for them on the other side.
Right. I mean, I'm gonna take real good care of her and feed her and stuff and not make sure she's not going out with the
Yeah.
wrong crowd. But my God, I don't know. How do they trust us? America's such a weird, strange, violent place.
It is, but don't tell them that.
Well, I was thinking about like, isn't crime really low in South Korea?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's like it's not
an
a place
incredibly
where you
safe
have
place.
a lot of violent crime. Of course, either is where I live because I'm in rural New York. But these kids, if you're sending them to one of these cities, I'd be terrified to do that.
Yeah,
No.
don't let them get near Crap Chester.
Oh God, no. No, Jesus, no.
All right, let's get back to this woman who's smarter than all of us.
It goes on and says that the person was envuelta is the word. And I think that the translation said involved in, but envuelta literally means wrapped up, like you wrap a Christmas gift or a birthday present. So that's just going from English to Spanish, which he is not proficient in. And then that's a figurative, it's a figure of speech. If he had said involved in, then he said wrapped up in. It's very, for someone concrete, I don't know how he could have possibly understood that. Then there was this example where the detective says, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be, anything that you say can be used in a court, in a juzgado is the word he used, a hearing or a trial or a judgment thing or something, if you want to think of it that way. He used the word a court of law, a juzgado de leyes, or any other proceedings. Do you understand? And he said, yes. When I was doing my competency assessment, I think I had a similar experience to what I heard Dr. Castillo describe. I asked him if he understood what a juicio was, a hearing or a trial. He did not. I said, tribunal, and he did not. And I asked him to tell me, I used several words that you could use for a hearing or a trial. I did not use juzgado. And he said, I asked him, what happens in your village when someone commits a crime? How does that get handled? This is through the mom interpreter, the second interview. And he explained how there's no what we have here. He said, there's like a council of elders, and then you go in front of them and you explain that you didn't mean to do it, and then they decide. It's the same answer he gave when I asked the judge's role.
Everyone has the same excuse. I didn't mean to do it.
You decide, or how you decide, or what evidence is. So again, if you look at the translation in writing, it looks like he was tracking, but there's no tracking going on here whatsoever. Here's my last example, and this is probably the most frightening one. He says, let's continue. If you, he tells him, if you desire an attorney and don't have the money to employ one, the court will apportion one, and you have the right to follow the advice of that attorney and have them present during the questions. Do you understand? And of course he says, aha. But when you read the translation on the transcript, it says, this is what it says. We continue here. If you want an attorney and you don't have the money to hire one, the court will provide you with one. The detective didn't use the word provide. And he used the future tense of appoint or
well, hold on a minute,
it's
Jeff.
very confusing.
Hang on.
From English to Spanish.
Okay.
I thought that was a pretty good translation. That meant the same thing. In both instances that she just mentioned, his translation was very close to the original. It seems to me like he understands both of those things just fine.
I mean, I think what she's saying here is she's saying, not like if you want one, we'll get you one now. It's like, if you want one, the court will give you one at some point in the future.
Well, that's kind of nitpicking. I'm with the chat on this one. It sounds to me like he understood that one will be provided to you if you don't have one. I mean, and the other one was, what was the other question? Do you, what happens when you're accused of a crime? You know, you go to court, you go to a hearing. He understands those concepts.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know.
Well,
This is not looking great for the defense right now.
Well, let's hear her out.
It's a nightmare. I can only imagine what that translation would be like if we were to try to do it in a language that he can understand or should be able to understand. And of course, I think he doesn't, because I don't think he has that level of vocabulary.
Meaning his education level that he received in Guatemala, the 6th grade.
Well, that's the thing too. So yeah, that was in Spanish. And he just said yes, because he says yes to everything. Did he actually understand it? She doesn't think he can because of the vocabulary. While this was going on, just for shits and giggles, I put the Miranda warning into Google Translate to get the Korean, because Korea they've essentially adopted the Miranda warnings for criminal proceedings. And the translation didn't come out exactly the way the Korean Miranda warnings read, but semi-close. So then I did a reverse translation, which is, I'm assuming what they did is use some sort of translation software or whatnot. And so I put the Korean translation back into the Korean to English translation, and it's almost the same, but there's some very important differences. So the English to Korean, then Korean to English translation of the Miranda rights gives you anything you say can be used against you in court. You have the right to be a lawyer. If you cannot, that's an interesting trend. You have the right to be a lawyer.
Yeah, that's strange. That's a strange translation.
Yeah. If you cannot afford a lawyer, we will hire one for you. Did you understand the rights I just read to you? And then the last sentence also, could you please speak to me with these rights in mind? So I think if you're using them, there's these subtle differences, but she's just saying he doesn't matter if it's a correct translation or not. He didn't understand any of it.
Okay.
The Spanish that he can use or communicate, is it fair to say that the education level or the Spanish level is so rudimentary or low that those words that were being used are above his level?
Well, whose translation was it, Jeff? His or the interpreter's? I thought it was his translation of what was told to him.
What do you mean his?
Who wrote the translation of the? I thought that was his interpretation of what he was asked. Which
it was whoever it was the I guess from the recording.
Spanish translation.
It was just Spanish as far as I understand. It was from English to Spanish, and he was answering about the Spanish questions.
But he didn't repeat what it said.
Yeah. What we read the other day was he signed the Miranda statement saying he understood his Miranda warnings. The police officer read them, and apparently this is a transcription from the video of the questioning.
Okay.
I think what we read 2 days ago was the officer read him his Miranda warnings and then had him sign a paper saying that he understood his Miranda.
So at no point did he repeat back what he was supposedly understanding.
Yes, correct.
All right. See, I thought he had repeated it back, and that's the translation she was reading.
Yeah.
So
she's reading the translation that was given to him.
Oh my God, I'm wrong. I misunderstood something.
Ladies and gentlemen, you just heard it here. Megan Fox has admitted she's wrong about something. You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen.
I can do it. It's I do it all the time, actually. I'm wrong about lots of stuff, like how long to leave water on a stove. All kinds of things I'm wrong about.
All kinds of things. All right. Oh, and while we're paused here, we've got we did Blue Var already. My question is, what was he under? We did that before. What was he under arrest with? For like nothing, but they thought trespassing, but he was never charged with it. Adara the Wholesome, thank you so much for being a member for 2 months again. How many times have you been a member for 2 months? I spoke with a DA here in Boise, Idaho about cases you covered. He said I should be a lawyer, but I said, no, thanks. I don't want to be an alcoholic at 28. In Boise, what One of my best friends was, I believe he's in Boise. He was a lawyer in Boise. One of my best friends growing up. I wonder if he's still there. Anyway, back to the story.
Both, yes. Now, my understanding is even though he has a 6th grade education, my understanding was that he attended school for only 2 years. So the educational system is different there. He also doesn't seem to have gone to one of the schools where they teach Spanish. He went to a local school, a Mayan school. So he would have very limited education. The deficits that I'm seeing are irrespective of level of education. I've evaluated many mom with his minimal level of education, but they have average level intellectual ability and they can reason and they can articulate what they're thinking and they can sequence and they can appreciate. He cannot.
And in terms of sequencing, did you also see an issue with his use of numbers?
Yes, and
no, Sarah,
I don't
no.
know how much of that is, again, because I can't test him, because of his low level of intellectual ability, because of a math deficit, because of vocabulary and receptive language, or his concreteness, or his neurodevelopmental deficit, or his ability to retain the numbers in his head long enough to remember whether it was 2 months or this many miles from Immokalee to wherever he went, that type of thing.
What is your recommendation to the court for my client?
My recommendation for the court is to understand that he doesn't meet the statutory criteria to be found competent, and he has no ability to appreciate Miranda. I don't know that he's going to be taught, but I agree with Dr. Castillo that we haven't had the opportunity to teach him and observe him and assess him along the way. I think that opportunity would be an important opportunity not to deny him. And I think that at some point, somebody should send him to a neurologist and get some of those imaging and EEG studies done.
And that would include, well, let me rephrase this. Is it your opinion that there's a possibility that he's restorable? Or you need a...
Is he restorable?
My opinion at this point is, if I am correct and he has intellectual disability, in addition to the cultural and language differences, I don't see how we could get him to a competency status.
One moment. And in your evaluation, or after your evaluation, did you have an opportunity to review, you talked about the reports of Dr. Castillo, but you also saw the report of Dr. Davis?
I did.
And in Dr. Davis' report, he had mentioned that the client is malingering. Did you find my client malingering?
I did not.
Is there other reasons why the interview with Davis had gone the way it did beyond malingering?
Can you be more specific?
So in terms of, I believe that Davis had repeated.
He died approximately
On the,
like 3, 4, 5 minutes after the arrest.
The judge, the attorney, defense counsel. And with that repetition, Dr. Davis came to the part of the reason he's saying malingering, and maybe using a wrong example, but that he's repeating the questions and he's not putting his best effort to answer.
I think that the reason that that was happening was because of whatever deficits he has, neurodevelopmental or neurocognitive. And I think that Dr. Davis may not have had that history or recognized it. I don't think he refused to guess. I think he doesn't have the ability to understand that he's being asked to make a guess when he's asked some questions. And I think that the repetition is just part of whatever deficit it is that he has, that we see in the interview with the detective, where he repeatedly says, uh-huh, in the affirmative, uh-huh. And really there's no understanding there. I think Dr. Davis, my understanding of what was in the report was that he kind of ruled out the possibility of seizures. And he said in the report something to the effect that the defendant he didn't know what seizures meant. And Dr. Davis, through the interpreter, told him it means rolling around on the floor and you don't know what's going on.
Oh, Jesus.
That's only
Sounds like me every morning when I wake up.
Seizures involve rolling on the floor or rolling at all or loss of awareness. So I don't think that Dr. Davis.
That's the stupidest fucking definition of a seizure I've ever read in my goddamn life. I need one of the beep buttons like you have, Megan. I know. That one exactly.
That's
the
a
button.
great button. It's a great button to have. It's actually that one you can get on the Stream Deck. It's like a
Yeah.
you know, a basic button. I love it.
I need it. That is the most utterly retarded definition of seizure I've ever heard. Rolling around on the floor and not knowing what's happening. That is literally me waking up every day.
The defendant a good description that even a person that was higher functioning could understand to give information about whatever these episodes are that are happening to him. I had a very difficult time getting that history. I think Dr. Castillo observed that he had a hard time providing history. He has a very hard time providing history. But if you give him one example of one very small type of event, and he says, oh, that's never happened to me, that doesn't rule out the likelihood that he's having seizures. Seizures are classified, there's a new classification system that just came out in 2017. And one of the ways that we distinguish is whether they have awareness during the event or not. So he could have complete awareness and be having a dizzy episode or a deja vu episode or some
I'll
sort
be
of
back.
feeling that he's falling or
Okay.
actually falling. Any of those could potentially be seizure activity. They could come from any number of neurological disorders, which is why getting a neurological evaluation at some point would be in his best interest.
And in your, whether it's the interview or in your experience with my client, did you find him highly suggestible, or that there's great deference that he would provide?
Definitely great deference. He makes good eye contact once he decides to look, but he mostly keeps his head down, and culturally, I believe that's out of deference. And he does acquiesce, and I think a good example of that is after he signs the Miranda paperwork, the detective says, thank you, and he responds, you're welcome. And I think that just captures his innocence, and I think in that moment, he likely felt like he had done a good thing. He was responding to someone in a position of authority, in a position of respect, I think with no understanding, clearly no understanding of what the implications of any of that were. But he was being respectful because this is a person that's someone in authority.
And that you see throughout in terms of his inability to understand, or let me rephrase the question. Is it been your experience with dealing with individuals who are intellectually disabled that they'll try to mask their symptoms?
Often, yes, they either are masking that they don't understand or they actually think they understand.
And then similarly, what you saw with the interview with Jimenez, where he was explaining, my client, I guess he can speak Spanish. Based on your review, did you see grammatical errors in Spanish in his conversation?
I did, and misunderstandings. And he can get some pretty well put together, small, simple sentences. But again, the key word here is concrete. That I saw a lot more, 75% of the time, you see where the sequencing is off, the timeline is off. It was a nightmare to get the sequence of how he got here to immigration when he crossed the border, then was flown to Kansas, if I understood this correctly, and then a relative from Alabama or Georgia, I can't remember which, came and picked him up in Kansas and took him there, and then he eventually went to Immokalee with the other aunt. That was about 45 minutes to try to get straight because the syntax is all off. He'll say, he went, they went, meaning he went. He won't say, I went. He'll say, they went or they gone. It's all jumbled up and it makes communication very, very difficult.
No further questions.
Prosecution. Good morning, Doctor.
Okay, that's actually a very interesting thing as well. That kind of in a way corresponds with Korean linguistics. Koreans will almost never say I did this, I will do that, or my house, my things, my dinner, my family. They will almost never use this possessive or first person language. Koreans will use our. Like our is udi. Like if I'm talking to you, I'll say, I won't say, hey, do you want to come over to my house? I'll say, do you want to come over to our house? You'll say, Choi Jeep or she lives, Udi Jeep or she lives, Udi Jeep, our house, not Nai Jeep or Choi Jeep, my house. I would say like my friends, like Udi Kajok, Udi Chingu, our family, our friends, our house. They will almost never, Koreans will almost never use I or me or mine. It's always ours. It's a communal thing. So this is a very important, this is a very interesting thing for me. So it's not your family, but I'll say, hey, Megan, come over and meet my family. I'll say, it's like meet. I'll say like meet our family, not come and meet my family. Come on over to. I would never say, come on over to my house, Megan. I'd say, come on over to our house.
Right.
That's just how Koreans talk. They don't say they don't have the personal possessives or things like that. Yeah, so that's very fascinating. All right, let's continue.
Good morning.
If I understand your testimony today, is it your opinion that the defendant meets the legal definition of intellectually disabled?
I believe that he does.
And that's the two standard deviations below the mean with deficits and adaptive functioning that there was an onset before the age of 18. Is that correct?
That's correct. If we were able to measure it, I believe it would be a little bit more than 2 standard deviations below the mean.
And do you believe that there is a possibility that he could be restored to competency? There is a chance of that, and an effort to do that would be recommended.
I only agree with half of that statement. I truly do not believe that he's going to be restorable, but I think that an opportunity should be afforded to try to make him restorable, try to get him to competency. And
exactly.
How
our house in the middle of our street. Our house is our castle and our keep.
Along the way.
I want to go back to some of the assessment that you did for some more. As I understand, there are instruments that you would typically use as a neuropsychologist to determine someone's level of intellectual abilities, but you were not able to do that in this particular case because of the language issue. Is that right?
That's correct.
And because those instruments weren't available to you, you did, I think you refer to it as a screening. Is that right?
That's correct.
And there were very specific things that you did to try to assess his intellectual capabilities. In my notes, it appeared that there were, I think, 3 things that you did. I'm not sure if that's correct or if I understood you correctly. Am I somewhat correct that there were basically 3 things that you did to do that screening?
There were several things that I did for that screening, but not for intellectual disability, for neurological deficits, for some sort of deficit in his brain functioning. The sensory perceptual exam and the Luria frontal systems will not necessarily address his intellectual ability. In your question, you said that I said I did this screening for intellectual disability. I did the screening to see if there appear to be deficits in his brain functioning.
And that would inform your opinion on whether or not he had an intellectual disability, is that right?
Partially, yes.
Okay. So you were describing what the eye movement or screening for eye movement function. Was there a specific name for that screening?
I was examining his visual fields and his extraocular movements.
Okay, can you tell us specifically what is involved in that type of screening?
Yes. When we look at his eye movements, we'll have them, and all of us have had this done whenever we've been to our doctor, or if you've ever had an occasion to go to a neurologist, or you were hit in the head and you went to the emergency room to make sure you didn't have a concussion, where they'll say, watch my pen, and then they'll do movements with it, and they want to see if your eyes can follow it. And then, or they may say a command, look up, look down, they'll have you put your finger to your nose, and then they'll say, cover one eye, and then they'll say, tell me how many fingers I have, tell me how many fingers I have now, or in his case, since numbers are a problem, tell me when you see my fingers, or are my fingers moving, or are they still? So you're assessing.
We shall return again.
In each eye. That's one of the measures.
Jeff's gone. I get to play with the buttons.
Can you describe when you did that screening with
China,
where he had to observe some kind of deficit?
What was the question?
When you did that particular screening that you just described to us, can you explain exactly where in that process you observed the deficit?
Yes, I explained it earlier. I'll explain it again. In both eyes, he could not correctly identify what was going on in his lower left visual field.
Okay, can you, I guess I'm not understanding. So because you We're putting our hands up.
Look what I just downloaded.
Look, Pat, look, here's the deal.
Look, Fat.
Explain exactly what you mean by that's what you noticed that it showed up.
Look, Fat, here's the deal.
May I draw?
It's funny.
So. If this is what.
Get brazen with me.
This is your upper right quadrant, your lower right quadrant, your upper left quadrant, and your lower left quadrant. So where your left hand is right now, if you're looking at me, you should be able to still see your left hand. That's your lower left quadrant. When I ask you with both eyes, you don't see it. When I ask you to cover one eye.
What?
She does appear to be doing a competency evaluation on the prosecutor.
That you're having problems with that lower left vision.
Creed.
That's what I observed with him. He's okay with the upper left.
Megan, what were you doing?
Well, I was pushing buttons because you were gone.
To command. So
that's what happens when you go. I push buttons.
Point to your nose and then point to your ear. If you have no deficits, you should be able to do that without any.
I can't help myself.
He made errors on those types of tasks. For some of them, he did them well. It was for one that he failed. I don't think it was a vocabulary problem because I asked the interpreter if there was a word for that body part, and she said that there was, but he missed it both times. I repeated it, and he missed it both times.
The answer was hits.
Before you move on, there's more questions I want to ask you about that, because I want to be sure I have an understanding of that. So
I downloaded a new one.
What you're saying is
it's Joe Biden saying, "Look, Fat."
Political things, like he's looking straight at the area within what you just showed us. That he's not able to see something. Did I understand that correctly?
Or see it clearly, yes. I think he's not seeing it. I don't know to what extent, but it's consistently the lower left part of his visual field.
Okay, and you're about to go to the next thing that you believe. Go ahead.
Sequential hand movements. If I demonstrate a sequence of motor movements, most people that don't have neurological deficits are able to imitate them correctly. He wasn't able to do some of them. He was able to do some, but not others. And he consistently made the same types of errors. Then we have the problem of just observing his features. He doesn't have, that I can appreciate, dysmorphic features like a genetic disorder. So I'm thinking more of some sort of insult along the way. But he has the eye that turns inward. More percentage of strabismus are due to some sort of insult than to just weak eye muscles. They're both a possibility, but he has all of these different indicators of dysfunction that all hold together very nicely. In the absence of being able to give him an actual instrument, I have to rely on physical deficits or physical deficiencies, something that he's not able to do that most people that don't have a neurological deficit are able to do.
You had mentioned that in the history that was reported, you reported being struck in the head with a machete. Did I understand that correctly?
Yikes.
Yes, but there's two problems with that. There's a problem with the word machete, something to do with the translation in
what?
mind. A similar sounding word means a long knife, not what we think of as a machete. But there may be a history as a child that he was hit maybe twice with something like.
Well, okay, long knife, machete, I think we can kind of say they're basically the same thing.
Yeah.
She's being a little too literal here.
Yeah.
I mean, so it's like, that's not a machete. This is a machete. I mean, it's a BFK. It's a big fucking knife, no matter what you call it.
A machete.
You actually did a in-person evaluation of the event, correct?
I did an in-person interview, yes.
And during your evaluation, did you see any injuries to his head area that would be consistent with being hit in the head with a machete, to the extent that someone could suffer brain damage?
Well, there isn't necessarily any evidence that I would have to see on his head that could cause brain damage, because you can have severe brain damage without any evidence on the outside of your head. For example, in a whiplash injury, there's no direct hit to the head, but your head goes forward and then back at such a high speed that your brain bounces in your head.
You found
you
it.
Have an injury where the brain hits one side of the head, and then when your head goes back, the brain goes back to its original position, but it's the other side of the skull. So you have a coup and a contra coup injury, and you could have absolutely nothing on the outside of your head. So no, I did not see anything that would support an open wound to his head.
Oh, God. All right.
Redirect.
In your communication, the second interview with my client, was there a point when the interpreter got involved and started to explain things further? Or was assisting in explaining?
I don't recall.
And
Can you be more specific?
in terms of some of the topics that you were touching on are nuanced. So were there instances where you're discussing rights, right to trial, or the plea bargain, where he was not understanding the nuance of that issue?
Yes, I recall her saying, and again, it was said by the interpreter on the phone call with his mother that the concept is difficult because there isn't a similar concept in their culture. And I remember asking on the interview appointment when I was at the jail with him, I asked the interpreter if she was understanding him well, or if he seemed to be off in terms of his articulation or his fluency, and he was not. So it's not an issue of articulation, like people that can't pronounce their L's or their R's, they make some mistake. It's really fall, and they use a W sound instead of an R sound. That's an articulation disorder. It's a dysarthria that happens after an insult like a stroke or a brain injury. Fluency could be a stammering or a inability to get none of that. And I couldn't appreciate that since his language is different. But she did tell us that she had to explain it different ways. And what I can't assess with 100% certainty is that that is only a language issue, because I've done that with other mom and interpreters, and they do understand. If they have an interpreter that's from their area or a dialect that's theirs or very similar to theirs. The literature on the mom language tells us that some of the different dialects, if they're within the same family of one of the 3 families of the 15 mom dialects, the way I understand it, is even though there's some differences, they can understand each other. He subjectively said he understood this lady well and better than the lady that had interpreted with him before that I wasn't involved with. So I think that likely even the interpreter noticed that it was difficult to get him to understand and to get him to say back. And at one point she said, I'm interpreting exactly what he said, and we would have to change the question, break it down, make it shorter, more simplistic to get pieces of it.
For his understanding.
For his understanding and for me to understand what he was trying to articulate.
And in terms of your experience working with individuals from the MAC community, I understand that with the state saying, or let me not speak for the state, there's an issue saying he's intellectually disabled when there's no specific test. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. So in the absence of a test for intellectual disability, you've looked at adaptive functioning, you looked at his ability to communicate with the language, and you're still saying that that's an issue. If I could paraphrase that, intellectual disability is an issue that some observation may be able to verify or rule out. Is that fair?
I don't think they'll be able to do either. I think they'll be able to approximate whether they think that's what it looks like as closely as anyone could without instruments and all of the cultural and language differences.
And then in terms of having something documented before the age of 18, which is what the law requires here, you couldn't have that when there's only 2 years of education. Is that fair? In another country.
I couldn't have it with that, with only 2 years of education and with no records and no collateral information, which is why my second rule out is neurocognitive or something that happened later in his
We're at
life.
1.25
Now,
speed
even
here.
if it was an insult, say that happened when he was 14 or 16.
God, it
whatever,
is. It's sped up.
Or maybe he had
Oh,
Yes.
seizures.
so slow.
Maybe he's had seizures all his life that went unrecognized, and the seizures are what's beaten up his brain such that he can't remember or learn. If all of that was going on after 13 or 14, but before age 18, we would still call it a neurodevelopmental disorder. And if we can test him and his IQ was as low as I suspect it would be, if we could test him, then he would meet the criteria for a formal diagnosis and meet the statutory criteria of intellectual disability.
But as we stand today, looking at the criteria before the court, his inability to testify relevantly, his inability to appreciate the charges, or understand the adversarial system, you're still saying he's not competent. Is that fair?
Yes, it's fair. I'm recommending that the court not find him competent because he does not meet the statutory criteria.
No further questions. Anything else? Ms. Winston, excused?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Doctor. You're free to go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our defense calls Mariana Blanco.
Let's take a break. We've been going for quite a while. We're going to have a break, so we'll stand down for 15 minutes.
Oh, I thought they only called 2 witnesses. They called 3 witnesses. Oh, all right. Well, before we get there, Vince Clortho, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Thank you so much for the support. When did the cop die? Minutes, hours, days after? About 3 to 5 minutes after, it's apparently when he died. 3 to 5 minutes after putting him in handcuffs. He walked back to his car, took off his vest. Some people told him to sit down, and while he was sitting down, he collapsed.
And then we found out that one of the other officers administered Narcan
Yes.
to him,
Which
he
can
did not
cause
need.
heart attacks.
Which he did not need because he was not exposed to any drugs.
Yes, they say
So,
generally Narcan should not give you any ill side effects if you aren't suffering from an opioid overdose. Generally,
but it can.
But it can also cause heart attacks, arrhythmia, etc.
I've been told that the cross by Rosemary on the state witness, Dr. Davis, is excellent. So we need to all pay attention to the cross-examination when the state's witness is on the stand, is what I've been told.
We shall get there. Whiskey 77, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. I remember Challenger crash, Reagan being popped. I was just talking about Reagan getting shot earlier tonight. WTC falling, Iraq War, the great falling Chad debacle. I remember dangling Chads. Birth of the internet, and now the day Megan admitted she was wrong. Is this a sign of the apocalypse? Lamau.
Lamau.
Yes, it is.
Oh.
Nick Starro's Trial Watch. Thank you, Nick Starro. How are you doing, brother? After the prosecution talked to the experts, I am convinced he needs a competency test. And Arian the Vegetarian, thank you so much for your support. As someone with temporal lobe epilepsy, you're standing up for more people than this man by saying that's the stupidest effing definition. Yeah, and literally standing up for more people.
God.
No, because a girl that I really wanted to date in high school, she had epilepsy, and that's what she had, like the kind where you would just stop and stare off into another dimension for a while and then come back. There was no like grand mal seizures or anything. She would just she would go somewhere else for a bit.
Mm-hmm. I had a friend who did the same thing. She would become frozen.
Yeah, and that's like the only way you knew she was like having a seizure, because she would you'd look at her and you're like, are you there? And she clearly wasn't.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not rolling around on the ground, not knowing what's going on. That is fucking stupid.
Really stupid. There are many different types of seizures.
All right, let's fast forward through the break here. Breaking. Oh, something's going wrong with the. Ooh, well, there we go. Apparently, they had a glitch in the matrix there.
Oh my!
At least I haven't had that problem before. Knock on wood.
That's a bad looking problem. No, thank you.
If I talk too much, we still have an hour.
So you guys got a certain court, return to order.
Return to order. Before we return to order, that dog in him. Thank you so much, brother, for the $5 super chat. What are you up to now? Narcan, hypertension, irregular heartbeat. What am I missing? Hardened arteries, clogging arteries, bronchitis, bowel problems, and a back pain. That's what you're missing. Dude sounds like he should not have been anywhere fucking near a job. And this is at 52. How do you get that? I'm 54 and I'm not the peak specimen of, you know, masculinity and health. But God. Ugh. All right. Let's do it.
Your Honor, defense calls Mariana Blanco.
Mariana Blanco.
Oh, this is the third witness now for the defense?
Yes. Oh. Damn. That's some hair.
That's a lot of hair, but at least she wears it nice and tied back.
With like 943 rubber bands.
Unlike Dr. Sally Smith, who just let all the witchiness flow on the on her day to testify. She thought that we would be fooled by the hair down, softening of the look.
Well, and totally irrelevant of anything. Having dated a girl with really super long hair, I know that it's a bitch to maintain.
Yep.
Like, oh, we're going out. Okay, I need 3 hours to wash my hair.
Yeah, my sister has hair past her butt.
Oh, I didn't
She
know
has
that.
a lot. Yeah, Stephanie has hair almost down to her knees.
Huh, well, that has nothing to do with what she's testifying to, but
She wears it up most of the time because it's just too hard to
yeah,
tame.
that's a lot of hair.
Your Honor,
I don't have
just a
to.
reminder,
I don't have to ask smash or pass because I know the answer for you degenerates.
She looks a little like that.
Mariana Blanco.
Like the
You know who she looks like?
that
have
mother
you
ain't real.
see, I have that button, but I don't know how you got it on your stream deck. I'll have to worry about that some other point in my life.
I don't know how I
But-
got it on there either. I wish I could tell you, but I did, and I did it myself. And now I don't remember how.
Oh, well, you can also access the Saratoga County website, and I can't. So
That's
there you
true. She looks like that, like the girl on the airplane who had the meltdown.
I know. Have you seen there's a show on Netflix with Drew Barrymore and the guy from Deadwood. Anyway, it's called the Santa Clarita Diet.
No, I haven't seen it.
Oh, that's hilarious. Drew Barrymore just wakes up one day and finds out she's a zombie, and it just causes all kinds of problems in the neighborhood.
Okay.
But for anyone that's seen Santa Clarita Diet, there's this Asian girl that works in the local hardware store. Looks exactly like her.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, see, Cindy T, you know who I'm talking about, the little Chinese girl that's like selling him toaster ovens and irons and whatnot. Looks exactly like her. Anyway, we've gone way beyond the scope of what she's testifying here to.
Mariana, last name Blanco.
where are you employed?
I am the Assistant Executive Director of the Guatemala.
No.
What?
Chat, why are you like this?
What?
What?
What is it? I missed it, whatever it was.
The actor, he was in The Mandalorian, he was in Deadwood, Timothy Oliphant. It's not Timmy the Elephant, huge.
Don't make Jeff choke. You're making Jeff choke.
Timothy
Bad
Oliphant.
chat.
Yeah, no, not Timmy the Elephant. It's Timothy Oliphant. Oh God. All right. I won't do that. All right.
The GMC or Centro Maya.
And please, I'm going to call it the GMC. Can you please explain to Judge Smith what is the GMC?
Yeah, so we are a nonprofit located in Lake Worth in West Palm Beach area. We provide social services, direct services to anybody who really needs it. So translation services, and we do advocacy work.
Timmy the Elephant.
What responsibilities do you have at the GMC?
I oversee all of the programs at the GMC. I oversee all of the staff. I make sure that our funding is in order, that our programs are running, do all the new hires, and I would take the high needs cases.
And how long has the GMC been open or functioning?
We have our founder and executive director, Father Frank O'Loughlin. He has been doing this work for over 58 years. He was doing this work prior in the Archdiocese as the head of the Migrant and Refugee Services. So he started this work doing that, but we were formally incorporated in 1992.
And how does the GMC assist Guatemalan nationals here in the state of Florida?
Well, we help people from 28 different countries. We help anyone who walks through the door. Our niche are the Indigenous Maya. We have a lot of staff members who are Indigenous Mayan, so we are able to provide interpretation, translation in some of the main languages that we see in our area, being Kankoa, Nakateco, Opti, and Mam. We provide direct services to folks who live in our area. And we have a couple of different educational, medical, and outreach programs.
Now, when did you start working with the GMC?
I got involved with the GMC when I was 15 years old. I have been with them for that amount of time. For over 15 years, I've been doing this work with them.
And how many Guatemalans have you helped?
Formally in my role, probably hundreds. I don't have a definite answer, but we see approximately 16,000 individuals a year in our different programs. That's the amount of people we serve that we can count. And conservatively, I would say about 40% of those individuals are Indigenous Maya. So the people that I would directly work with are probably hundreds.
That's actually surprising.
Correct.
And how many man-speaking individuals have you worked with over the years?
I would say probably hundreds. If in a given year we work with 16,000 individuals, I would say approximately 1,000% of them would be man speakers. And the ones that I would directly work with throughout the time being there, I probably a couple hundred.
Now, how did you find out about my client, AGUILAR-MENDEZ?
I found out about your client when your office contacted us over the summer.
And in terms of your ability to assist, how have you assisted with this case?
We have been able to, with our interpreter, been able to identify some relatives and translate for your office with some local relatives as well as in home country.
And are your interpreters federal or state qualified?
Our interpreters are not federal or state qualified because we couldn't get the certifications for them, being that a lot of the Indigenous languages are so rare that we have tried, but we have not been successful.
Now, you mentioned some agencies within the GMC. What government agencies actually rely on the GMC for assistance in the community?
We, throughout our 30 years of doing this work, we have worked with a lot of different agencies in assisting in the cultural competence area. We started off doing prenatal care because our local hospital was completely overwhelmed with premature Indigenous babies in the NICU. So they recruited us because they didn't know how to solve that problem. We've moved away with that in different services, and one of the requests that we typically get now is for cultural competency trainings with the agencies. Sometimes they have services that they offer, but they're not able to get anybody to come, or they haven't been successful in meeting their goals, and that's where we would come in. We would come in and train them and help them be culturally competent to better assist the clients they serve.
So this is called cultural competency training. Can you name some of the agencies, government agencies who provide this training?
Yeah, we've assisted a lot of hospitals. Government agencies would include DCF, Victim Services. We also work with agencies such as Healthy Mothers, Healthy Babies in doing these trainings.
And how is the Indigenous Mayan culture different?
In particular,
Tilly, you're old. You know who Elian Gonzalez is.
Individuals, and there are major differences we've learned in the work that we do with the Indigenous Maya. The first being language barriers, language access. They speak a different language, and so that is a big barrier, but also their mannerisms. The Indigenous Maya are very mild-mannered. They're very passive, and they are not, they don't give information the way that a Hispanic or Latino would typically give that information. So in all of our services, in clinical, educational, or outreach, we have to alter our services to better fit the needs of the culture.
All right, so in terms of then, for example, the Indigenous Maya responding to questions, how is it, because sometimes they are speaking Spanish, how is that different from other Latinos?
They are very literal with their answers. They're also very brief with the answers that they give. And one of the things that we do in our trainings with our own staff and with other people is make sure that we never take the first answer as the right answer.
Oh, that's
always
interesting.
train people to ask the same question in different ways. And it's kind of a
Oh, that's actually very good.
to make sure you're getting the full picture. Our
Never
people,
take the
indigenous
first
minded
answer as
people will be
correct.
very literal with their answers, and so if you're asking them something, they might refer to yes, no, and questioning some of the things that you're asking might also be seen as disrespectful. So communication can sometimes be difficult.
So my client is from Polo Tenango, Warwa Tenango, Idea Ikaw. What is an Idea Ikaw?
The Aldea would be the village or the town that they are from. Ikari is the name of the town or village that he is from.
Yeah, KT says, please explain, Jeff. We can't hear. How can you not hear? This is up like really loud. Turn up your volume. I guess, KT. But no, she said that culturally they're very direct, but they're also acquiescent. So they never take the first answer as the correct answer. They always make sure they ask every question in different ways to see if they get a consistent answer. I think that's very interesting.
From which, to our understanding, is a rural aldea or village up in the mountains in Tenango, Tenango.
So it's a
Dang, Nick, bringing the heat.
A major city.
It's very far from the main city, which is Guatemala City, which is where all of the services are.
And what's the education in that community like?
Yeah, so from my understanding, school is up to the 6th grade. Schooling up to the 6th grade is free. Anything after that, you have to pay for, which a lot of our indigenous folks are unable to do. But there are always barriers to that education. One, your aldea has to have a school, and if there's no nearby school, you might not be able to attend that school. But also, if your family relies on you to work at a young age, you might not be able to go to school. So while there is school up to the 6th grade, not everybody can attain it.
All right, so it's free for everyone.
DW3, again, he was legally on the street at the time.
What cultural issues are present with indigenous Maya and their interactions with
Just
locals?
saying.
There's a lot of barriers. The first one being that there was a genocide that is very prominent in the community. We refer to it as the silent genocide that started in the 60s, went all the way to the mid-90s. And the bloodiest time of that genocide was in the 80s. That is when a lot of the villages, anywhere from 400 to 600 villages were wiped out. So we saw a lot of exiles. That is really the time where we, as a center, began to see the migration of the families to the area that we are. And the interactions that they would have had would have been with the military. They were executing their families. So
think about that from the cultural perspective. They don't have any police in his village. They have like a council of elders kind of set up. The only interaction he's had with law enforcement is military, who's been executing his family and his family's neighbors for 30 years. And then the cops jump him and you'd start grabbing him and
relationship with law enforcement because of the relation to the silent genocide.
All right, so let me interrupt this. What you're describing, it sounds like it was mostly in the 80s, and that would predate my client's birth. So how would that come into a factor with Aurelia?
Yeah, so though he wouldn't have been born during the silent genocide, his parents would have absolutely been affected by the genocide, as well as his grandparents. But it's something that everybody would know about. The fears are still there, the ramifications, and some of his family members might have been exiled at the time, or might have had to flee, or might have been killed by the military there. And just to clarify, the population, the indigenous folks, don't call it the silent genocide. That's a term that scholars use to talk about that period of time. They would know it mainly as the slaughtering of the militias or the killing of the militias or something like that.
Now, in the indigenous mind culture, in dealing with questions, if given an option between A and B, and you ask them to guess, can they give an answer?
Typically not. Typically, indigenous folks do not guess. We try to stay away from that in our trainings and our talking to individuals. They're very quick to say yes or no to something. So if they didn't know an answer to something, they typically would say yes. Guessing would not be something that they normally do.
And is there an idea or a concept of rights in this culture?
again, we refer back to the silent genocide. The indigenous Maya didn't have rights for a really long period of time, and we know that up until this day, there's no real form of government in the villages or aldeas, the towns that they reside in. So there is this form of community policing where
Again, like the
elders
council,
and the males in the community will take turns daily and weekly being the police officers or the police force, acting like some sort of government figures, and they will kind of police each other, but they typically live in harmony. So the idea of rights is not something that is common. We in our agency teach rights once they get here because we have recognized that not knowing your rights can get you in a lot of trouble. So that is something that we are always offering so they know how to interact with not just law enforcement, but anybody that they might interact with.
So anyone with authority, with doctor, teacher, law enforcement is part of the teaching then?
Yeah, typically anyone with higher education would be seen as authority. So teachers would be seen as authority, counselors, doctors, social workers, advocates, law enforcement certainly. And when an indigenous Maya person is referring to someone that they view as authority, they are likely not going to ask questions, follow-up questions, and they're going to be very brief with the answers that they give.
Now, you have not met my client, correct?
No.
How can the GNC help with this case in the future?
We can assist in lots of different ways. The first would be direct services. We could assist with housing and that emergency financial assistance for housing. And in the need that there are other services that are needed, such as mental health counseling, we can always make sure that he's receiving the services, if not in person, virtual, and with an interpreter, as well as ensuring that he comes to his court dates and is keeping track with his case.
And again, just wanted to pause here real quick to catch up with Super Chats and address one question. The dog in him says, so outside of those, thighs, brown man of things. Thighs. Paging Dr. Freud. Paging Dr. Freud. So outside of those things, brown man at fault. Yeah. Whiskey 77. Still the fundamental issue of no PC or RAS. With this standard for charging for murder of an LEO, it was downgraded to aggravated manslaughter. You could be charged for a deputy donut collapsing after you buy him lunch. Yep. Ginger with a soul. Jeff's definitely a smash on this one. I shall neither confirm nor deny. Nay, thank you so much for being a member for 4 months. Megan, stop talking about your hair. Megan didn't talk about her hair. She talked about her sister's hair. Ex-Coomer. Triple Z. Ex-Coomer. Triple Z. Maybe the fatty pig shouldn't have eaten all those donuts. This is the most stupid shit I've ever heard. Kind of have to agree with you there. But the last thing that I want to do is this comment here by Lois Thomas. Why do they keep talking about guessing? Because they're asking him questions. They read him as Miranda rights. You have the right to remain silent and all that stuff. And then, do you understand these rights? And he doesn't want to guess whether or not he understands them, so he'll just say yes. So they ask him a question, and rather than guessing at what the correct answer is, because he can't understand the question, he'll say yes. So that's what she was getting at there, I believe. And that dog in him for the chat. How far are we going to back this up? At the time of the incident, he was in the clear to walk. Not an element here at all. Absolutely. His immigration status has this much big goose egg to do with what happened. There's no other way to say it. If you can't see that, you're the one with problems.
So it sounds like room, board, transportation, those are things that the GNC can come outside and provide for free.
Yes.
And where do the funds come for this assistance?
We have emergency housing funds that we have received by one of our donors. Those funds are limited, but we use them for emergency cases. And in this particular case, we have been contacted by a lot of community members and people in different states wanting to donate to Vigilio's case. So we can and are planning on setting up some sort of donation that we can assist with Vigilio with getting the funds.
Just one moment. No further questions.
Cross-examination. Good morning.
Good morning.
Has your organization ever performed competency training? And let me be very specific, because the questions that were asked you before, I noticed that there was a very specific phrase that was used as cultural competency. And I'm not referring to cultural competency, I'm referring to legal competency. Has your organization ever provided legal competency training to an individual that's been found incompetent to proceed to trial?
No,
Do you have any psychologists on staff?
not in our staff directly, no.
And in what way would you be able to provide competency restoration training to this particular event?
Our services would be geared on what the court rules, whatever is decided, but we would partner up with other agencies. We have a wide net of agencies that would be able to assist. So our agency doesn't have psychologists or therapists, psychiatrists on board, but we do partner with agencies and collaborate with them, so they would be able to assist with that.
With regard to, there were some questions asked about various services, and there was a conversation about funds. You understand that the defendant is not simply being held right now on this particular case, but he's also been held on an immigration hold as well, correct?
Yes,
So it would likely not be possible that he would be able to be released to your care. Do you understand that?
correct, yes.
Okay. Even if you were able to provide competency restoration training, sounds like you've never done that before, but even if you were, are you even equipped to be able to come and do that while he was in custody?
Our agency will support with any direct services. We can support with translation and we can support with the cultural aspects. So we would be guided by this court on what our role would be.
I'm talking about sending somebody, say, to a jail to provide the training. Do you have the capability of even doing that?
Yes,
But you've never done it before?
no.
Ms. Blanco, to be clear, it's room, board, and transportation, it's the ability to come alongside and assist for healing, is that correct?
Correct.
You're not here to present that the GMC would provide competency training, but facilitate that for healing.
Correct.
And you're aware of his family in Immokalee in South Florida?
Yes,
So if he was released on this case and the detention hold was resolved, and he was out, it was my understanding that the GMC would stand in and provide him with housing, transportation, so that if he had to do competency training here, in the St. Augustine area, that transportation would be provided, or if the court ordered him to have to stay in St. Augustine.
We've lost Megan.
that's correct.
You're here to facilitate whatever the court allows for my client.
That's correct.
And in terms of your work in the past, is government agencies reaching out to you to assist with their work with the non-speaking community?
Yes, it's government agencies typically because they don't know how, or they haven't been successful in their goal with the client.
No further questions.
All right, thank you. Ms. Went to be excused? Yes. All right, thank you very much. Very good. Any additional witnesses for the defense? All right. They called Dr. Robert Davis. All right. Davis, you please.
All right, that's the end of the defense's expert witnesses testifying that he doesn't have the intellectual competency to stand trial. Now we're going to get the prosecution's one witness on, of course, to testify that he's not trying, he's malingering, and of course he's competent to stand trial. That's clearly where we're going to go with that, because that's why they're putting him on the stand. Before we get there, Silent PS has been a member for 12 months, a whole year. Dang. Thank you so much for the support. Sincere question. Who has the duty to ensure understanding, and to what extent? If state cops do have a duty, what do they do when they realize? Well, you stop questioning when you realize the guy doesn't understand anything. And I mean, generally, it's the speaker that has the right to make sure they're understood. But they're gonna say, well, we thought he was understood because he said yes when we asked him if he understood. We don't have to dig into all that. So I mean, generally, it's the speaker who has the duty of making sure the listener understands, especially when it's something as fundamental as your rights. Unhung hero, imagine dying because of making an illegal stop. Harsh, but true. Imagine that. Ugh. All right, let's go.
Sir, to raise your right hand, you swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Go ahead and have a seat.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Good morning. Relatively morning. Yes, could you please introduce yourself for the record?
Roger Tontes.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a forensic psychologist.
And how long have you been working as a forensic psychologist?
Since 1993.
Are you duly licensed in the state of Florida, sir?
Yes.
Can you can you tell us a little bit about in the past when you've been called to testify, what parties you've been called to testify on behalf of?
I do court order evaluations. I'm not sure about a percentage of which party typically falls.
So whatever your opinions are depends on who may want you to testify on their behalf.
Yes.
And the bulk of your evaluations are actually court appointed, it's not on behalf of a particular party, is that right?
Almost all.
Dr. Davis, did you have an opportunity in this particular case, or were you appointed by the court to conduct a competency evaluation of the defendant in this particular case?
Yes.
And did you do that in person?
Yes.
And where did that take place?
In the Volusia County Branch Jail in Utah Beach.
And on what date?
On August 11th of this year.
How much time did you spend with the defendant?
2.5 hours.
Prior to visiting with him, did you have any records that were provided to you that you reviewed?
I reviewed the arrest report, the court order, and the suggestion of mental incompetence. And I also reviewed, inquired about mental health records from the Volusia County Branch Jail and was informed that there were.
On that respect, have you ever seen, understand the defendant's been in jail since May? Have you seen any records whatsoever that the defendant suffered any seizures, any type of medical issues such as that?
No, in fact, this morning I called a mental health provider from Volusia County Branch Jail and inquired about that.
What did I miss?
Mental health.
A lot of cultural stuff.
Okay.
But
nothing important yet.
Well, it's all important.
Okay. I'm
Don't be
fighting
so
with
dismissive.
Apple. I'm
I
fighting
know.
with Apple currently. Sorry, guys.
And the last witness, the cultural lady, I just think she looks like this girl from Santa Clarita Diet.
She does look like that. She does.
But anyway, yeah, this is the state's witness who's clearly going to testify that it's all a sham, it's all a lie. He's malingering, he's not trying, and
Okay.
so therefore he's fully competent to stand trial.
Issues or medical issues such as this issue.
Since your evaluation, have you received additional information that you?
Yes, you provided me with the transcript of the interview the defendant had with the detective.
And Dr. Davis, can you tell the court when you met with the defendant, sort of, can you talk a little bit about what you kind of went over with him initially and how that evaluation progressed from that point forward?
Sure. I'll begin by explaining the purpose of the evaluation and limits of confidentiality. I should add there was a man speaking interpreter via Zoom, Ms. Peoples, is present for the evaluation as well. Also, follow up by trying to get a history, some basic background information, including education, work history, mental health history, of which he said that he'd never received mental health treatment, either in the community or in the jail.
It's a little pasty.
And then you do what's called a mental status examination, when you ask about mental health symptoms. He did not endorse mental health issues such as psychosis, impaired reality testing, hallucinations, delusions, which are fixed false beliefs. Didn't endorse or exhibit any signs of mania. Didn't endorse even experiencing anxiety or depression. So basically didn't endorse experiencing major psychological symptoms.
Did you see anything in his demeanor, not just the spoken word, but anything in his demeanor that indicated to you in any way that he was suffering from any sort of illness?
Right.
Welcome, let's go, Brandon.
No signs.
Welcome to 5 p.m.
Possible signs of psychosis would be someone's hallucinating. And oftentimes they might exhibit that by maybe trying to whisper to themselves or to focus on a part of their own sitting. There was no evidence of that. He didn't engage in any other bizarre behavior. Things we had someone.
Okay, well, this is
Get out and see and start doing strange things. He didn't do.
This is completely in line with what the defense experts were saying. It's not a psychological problem. It's not a hallucination. It's not a hearing voices. It's not, seeing. It's an intellectual thing, not a psychological thing. So he's supporting the defense in this regard.
Calm and cooperative in terms of that.
Other than sort of telling him who you were, why you were there, sort of the preliminary things that you would typically do in a competency evaluation, and then other than also the mental health evaluation, were there other conversations regarding particular topics that you engaged in with the defendant?
I mean, other than the competency, nothing stands out.
Did you ask questions or try to obtain history?
Well, yes.
For where he was from?
Yes.
Family background?
Yeah, I alluded to that, yes.
Okay. And,
Unhung hero, both of us are pasty, me and the witness.
It was very brief. He said that he was born in, I'm not sure if I can pronounce this correctly, but I think I heard it this morning, Macau, which turns out to be in Guatemala. And then he said that he came to the United States when he was 17 years old. And then he gave some inconsistent information about his education. Initially said that he completed 12 years of high school in Guatemala, but when I questioned him further, he said that he was 12 years old when he dropped out of the 6th grade. And he said his explanation was that he left school to help his family financially, to help him out. He said that he did not attend school since he came to the United States, and he does not have a GED. He said he's primarily worked construction, although when he was arrested for this case, he said he was harvesting crops. He said that he lived with 3 people who he described as his friends. However, he said he didn't know their first names. And as I noted before, he said that he had not received any mental health treatment in any school.
during your time with him, and specifically in terms of the background questions, were you able, I know that you said that you had a mom interpreter there to assist you in communicating with him.
Right.
Were you able to converse with him in a way where you were asking him questions and he was providing you with relevant responses?
Yes. One caveat is that I did have to repeat a number of questions. I wasn't sure what to attribute that to. I mean, I've worked with interpreters before, and it has been the case in some situations where I've had an interpreter. But I wasn't sure whether to attribute it to that or not. But when we did, if I may add, please, when I did repeat the question, he provided relevant responses after one repetition.
So in terms of your mental health evaluation, can you talk a little bit about that?
That's basically the mental status examination, which is, as we talked about, is questioning about symptoms, but also observing behaviors. And if someone, if I could just add, if someone's incompetent, 2 major ways that they're incompetent would be if they're psychotic and suffer from mania. And there were no indications that he had either of those conditions.
In terms of the competency factors, can you talk a little bit about your evaluation in terms of competency?
Basically, he stated that he knew very little of what I asked him, including what he was charged with, possible penalties, the roles of the major participants in court, the pleas that he could enter, or the plea bargaining process. I educated him about that and questioned him again immediately. And if anything, he performed poor after I gave him the information. He knew more before I provided the information and when I questioned him again.
And did that raise a red flag with you?
Yeah, yes.
And how so?
Well, because it's as if he retained absolutely nothing of what I told him, which is, I've done thousands of these evaluations, and it's very uncommon. Even for people with an intellectual disability, you would think they would retain, I would expect them to retain some.
Can you talk a little bit more in detail about sort of evaluation as it proceeded that made you continue to have these red flags?
Well, to give you some examples, when I questioned him about the roles of the participants in court, the pleas, the plea bargaining process, the only information that he gave correct responses for was that the defendant is a person accused of a crime, and that if a person has committed a crime, is permitted to plead not guilty. And I gave him all the information. I told him what the judge and jury's rules are, told him what a plea bargain was. And I questioned him again, and the only correct information he provided was the public defender's report. That was what I was saying before, that he gave fewer correct answers the second time than the first, after I provided him with the information.
What
So?
did you reach as a result of that?
Well, I questioned whether or not he was giving his best effort. It's another reason that I questioned him.
Okay, so this is where it comes in. Yeah, he's giving all these answers, kind of basically the same as the defense position, but he wasn't really trying. He's saying he was malingering, he was faking, he understood everything, and he just wasn't doing that. That's what he's saying here. These were the results, but he wasn't trying.
He claimed that he didn't know what the not guilty plea was, and I explained it to him. And again, I questioned him again immediately after I provided him with all the information. Once again, said that he didn't know what not guilty meant. However, at another time, when he was asserting his innocence, he spontaneously, according to the translator, used the term not guilty because he was claiming to be innocent, which suggested that in fact he did know what that term meant. And again, that's another indication, another red flag in terms of is he providing his best effort.
You heard the testimony of the doctors that testified before you and their opinions in this particular.
Oh, see, this is an interesting thing. Or do you just Watcher says, just imagine the kid sitting there not knowing anything that's being said. This is so troubling. He does have a translator here with, he's in court now. He does have a translator with him. But if you go back to the beginning and you watch the first 5 minutes, it took them at least a couple of minutes to even translate and make and say, can you hear your translator? If you have any problems with translation, you raise your hand and touch your earphone. It took them several minutes to work that out.
Oh, geez.
And so all of this technical stuff is going on. A poor kid is literally probably just sitting there not understanding a damn thing.
What, if any, response do you have in front of the testimony?
Respect both of them. Their opinions, however, I guess the major question I have is, after listening to them, I'm not sure what they did to assess his.
And are there ways to do that?
Well, normally we would give tests. I think the other people testify to that's not appropriate with someone from this culture to give a test. The results would be valid. But you do things like what I tried to do, is that you educate, see, all right, after some education, does he perform worse, better, the same? Does he know basic things? If someone claims they don't know something and then sort of slips up and demonstrates that they do, those are sort of things that you don't have testing, that you sort of look for.
And they obviously attribute that to intellectual disability. In this particular case, what causes you to conclude that it's not because of intellectual disability, but because he's not paid for it?
Well, for a couple of things. One, because I've evaluated a number of people with intellectual disabilities that are at least able to parrot back what you say about competency after you told them 10 minutes earlier. And whether their level of understanding is debatable, but at least they can parrot that. And you didn't do that for any. And again, I think that the fact that you made the mistake in claiming not to know what not guilty was, it really demonstrated. I think the third thing, in terms of intellectual disability, this is not true of all people, of course, with intellectual disability. If you were to have intellectual disability, you'd be relatively unfunctional. And I mean, living independent friends who he describes as, and he's working construction, he's working pharmacy and crops. That's true for some people with intellectual disability. For many folks with that diagnosis who need a lot more support and aren't able to do those things. So that's another factor.
And is this with regard to, for example, we were talking with the other expert about adaptive functions. Right. Is that what you're referring to?
It's certainly activities enabled. He's able to take care of, feed himself, get himself to the job site. He's able. It sounds like he's able to hold jobs. He's able to perform work. He's able to go home and get groceries, and he's able to survive relatively independent.
What about the fact that he is from Guatemala and has come to this country, through a not normal process? And most people from other countries that come here legally would get on a plane, or they would drive across the border, or whatever, right. In sort of an unconditional way. What perspective do you have with regard to the fact that he's done that?
In some sense, it's pretty impressive feat for anyone to be able to do that, especially someone if they would have an intellectual disability.
It would to actually
to navigate all the obstacles that you read about in the newspapers for people who come to this country.
Do you have an opinion concerning whether or not the defendant in this particular case has an intellectual disability?
It's hard to prove a negative. It's hard to say definitively that he does. But because of the reasons that I've outlined, I question whether he does. So not without testing, which would be, of course, the best way to determine if you're not doing it, I question whether he has an intellectual disability.
Do you have an opinion, Dr. Davis, concerning whether or not
Without testing? They didn't test him?
I believe he's competent, even though he performed poorly when I questioned him about the legal system.
What kind of testing? Health testing?
Some of that might also be because he's
Mental capacity testing, I guess.
unfamiliar with our legal system. But that's not a barrier to competency according to the statute. He has the capacity to learn that information. In fact, I've evaluated other people in Volusia County Jail. When competency is a question, they have people from SMA behavioral health care go into jail and educate them. So I believe that he has the capacity, based upon my evaluation, to learn that information and to assist us.
Do you know if SMA has the ability to provide competency restoration training with someone who speaks the Hmong dialect?
I would imagine they would have to get an interpreter, of course. I would assume they don't have an interpreter in-house, and they
I kind of have a feeling she's going to eat this guy for lunch. So hang on here. Yeah, Megan.
Yeah.
I'm going to, we've got like 20 minutes left. I'm going to put this on normal speed. All right, before we go, let's do this real quick here. XCOM or triple Z, minimum test to be a cop here. Pull-ups 4, bench press 60 kilograms 4 times, run 802 meters. That's an oddly specific number. 802 meters in 6 minutes, swim 10 meters underwater, dive 2.5 meters down, swim 100 meters in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. That's heavily swimming. There's like a heavy swim requirement for the cops. And XCOMer, The Pig by Roald Dahl described the thought process of an intelligent pig who realizes that he is being raised to become a meal for humans. Oh, kind of like Charlotte's Web. Incredible pig. The Willy Bot. Thank you so much for being a member for 5 months. Bad choice. If found competent, he can win the BS trial. Ooh. Never, ever predict what a jury will do. As Dana White says with the UFC fights, never leave it up to the judges. If found competent, you would hope he wins the BS trial. If incompetent due to inability to learn, he'd likely be held until feds likely deported him. Correct. As I understand it, that is a correct take.
Good afternoon, Dr. Davis.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Yes. So, for competency and an evaluation, fair to say that there's 2 main areas that you're evaluating: mental health, and the other side being intellectual disability. There's 2 options.
There are 2 options.
Okay. You did not evaluate for intellectual disability.
I was not asked.
All right. And in terms of an evaluation for mental health,
Nice,
there's
Donald
also 2
Young.
branches that you talked about: psychotic and mania.
The 2 most typical ways that people are not.
And you're in agreement with all 3 doctors that there's no psychopathy, there's no mania present with my client.
There's no psychosis, no mania.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's okay.
All right. So a moment ago you mentioned that he said that he's not guilty and he understands it because later on he was able to use it correctly. Right? So in the same interview you have one phrase used correctly and then later on incorrectly.
It was later on, after I assessed his competency, that he just kind of spontaneously asserted his innocence and then used the term, according to the interpreter, used the term not guilty, right? In the context of asserting his innocence.
In context of this particular case.
Yes.
All right. And in that same interview, there's an instance where he told you he had a 12th grade education versus dropping out in the 12th year. So again, he's using the number 12 and he's not kind of really using it properly.
It was inconsistent, yes.
All right. Same interview, same interpreter, everyone's the same, but he's using these 2 numbers different.
Yeah.
And in your interview with him, in terms of getting to work, did he disclose that he was being driven to work?
He didn't disclose, I didn't ask.
Okay, and did he disclose that he gets to work by the lead of that group of 4?
I don't.
Okay, and did he disclose that how the money is provided to him?
No.
Or how the money is managed for his family from him?
No.
All right, and in terms of food, did he disclose that he was reliant on these other roommates to bring food to him or bring him to the restaurant?
No.
All right, because a moment ago he said he's able to feed himself.
Yeah.
Oh.
So,
oh.
Kind of jumping to conclusions that he's going out there buying groceries and cooking.
You see, it would be this mat that you would put on the floor and would have different conclusions written on it that you could jump to.
All right, because he didn't tell you that.
No, he didn't.
All right. And then in terms of his travel from his home country in Guatemala here,
Yeah.
he didn't walk you through as to what happened, who brought him, who he's reliant on.
No.
Okay. So typically, to go from one country to another, you have to get a visa, you go to the airport, you pack your bags, you do all these, there's a multitude of steps that take place. You didn't talk to him about what he did to come here.
No.
Did this guy do anything?
In his journey here, he was fully reliant on others, telling him where to sit, where to eat, where to sleep, where to go. You're not aware of that.
I don't know either way.
Didn't ask.
You don't.
Didn't ask.
Didn't ask.
So
That seems to be the theme here. Didn't ask, didn't test.
Uh-huh.
You just sit here looking at someone said like Mr. Roper from Three's Company.
He does.
Hospice Jess says, how about just drop the charges? Well, because that'd be the rational thing to do when cops and prosecutors have never been accused of being rational. Let's go, Brandon, with the $5 heat. Nicholas already bought himself a shot for today's stream. Remember to help destroy his liver for charity after you're done here, of course. Yeah, well, we'll send folks over to Nicholas. I have my own liver to think of first. So we'll send him over there. Thank you so much for that. Let's go,
to
Brandon.
be clear, your evaluation did not get into intellectual disability.
I was not asked to evaluate.
I was not asked to evaluate for intellectual disability. When that's all we've been talking about for the last 2.5 hours of this hearing is, I mean, they made it very clear. All three of the experts for the defense made it clear that they do not think he has he does not have a mental disability as far as psychosis, hallucinations, things like that going. It is a cognitive and intellectual disability, not a psychological disability. They've been saying that since the jump, since go. He does not have a psychological disability. It's intellectual. And here he's saying he didn't test for an intellectual. Not only did he not test for an intellectual disability, he was never asked to test for an intellectual disability, when that is exactly what the defense is saying he has. So right here, you can shut this down right now. This guy can just dude, get off the stand, off you fuck, just. This is ludicrous. Melanie asks, why is he there? I don't know why he's there. Apparently, I thought he would be here to testify that he was intellectually competent to stand trial. He doesn't know because he was never asked to check his intellectual competency, just his psychological. Dude, the defense does not disagree with you. He does not have a psychological disability. He's not psychologically incompetent. They've never asserted that. In fact, they've done exactly the opposite. They've said he is psychologically competent. He's just intellectually incompetent. But Doofus McDoof face here wouldn't know that because not only did he not do it, nobody asked him to.
And you're not a board certified neuropsychologist.
No, I'm not.
Can different cultures have different communication styles?
Sure.
And can a lack of knowledge of the different communication styles impact, or the lack of knowledge of these different cultures impact the ability of executing?
Say that.
Yes, I will. I apologize.
That's okay.
All right. Can a lack of knowledge of different cultures impact the effectiveness of the communication between two people?
Yes.
Gotcha, bitch.
And can those different cultures create barriers in effective communication?
Yes.
And when you interviewed my client, you were not aware of certain communications issues with the indigenous mind.
Correct.
All right. Fair to say today, when you heard Mariana Blanco testify, was the first time you heard about they are not using guessing, or I would say the word hypothetical, but she didn't. That's not something that they would use as a communication style.
Correct.
And that their communication styles to give short answers, even when they don't understand the question.
Yeah.
And
she's eating him for lunch. I like this.
Report, I understand you're saying that he's competent, but in your report, you do mention that there's a concern of his factual understanding of the proceedings, correct?
It was poor.
And that he had
So, Mr. He's psychologically competent to stand trial didn't test him for being intellectually incompetent. But he
Well, that
did raise
seems
he did raise the
important.
fact that there is some concern about his factual understanding of the situation.
Yeah, that seems like that would be something you should do, especially when you're talking about competency and it's more than just psychological. It can also be intellectual. Duh.
It kind of seems like he had some concerns about his intellectual competency here when he's talking about he has some
Kinda
concern
does.
about his factual understanding.
the proceedings, correct?
It was poor.
Yes, it was poor.
And that he had difficulty understanding your questions, and again, this is through an interpreter.
On some occasions, yes, I repeated questions.
And that he had a poor understanding of the adversary nature of this legal process.
He claimed to.
Oh, he claimed to.
And partly because his understanding of the legal process is from Guatemala, not the United States.
I think that is probably one relevant factor.
Okay.
Oh, it's a relevant factor, is it?
You didn't evaluate, you weren't told to do any evaluations for intellectual disability.
I was not.
No further questions, Your
Oh,
Honor.
dang. So you didn't test him for everything we've been talking about today, right? Yeah. So you don't know if he's intellectually incompetent, no. But you did say you had concerns about his ability to understand what was happening to him, right? Yeah.
Oh my
All
God.
right. No further questions. Just checking.
Okay, that guy got wrecked.
Totally. Which you can
Wrecked.
see on his face. That's like, oh my God, I really wish I worked for J Hatch at this point. Look on his face.
J Hatch would be better. Oh, that was embarrassing.
That's not good. Dang.
He does look
All
like
right.
he's gonna cry. His face looks very crestfallen.
I'd say he's gone pale, but that'd be like redundant. It's like ghosts want their skin tone back. Anyway.
Please, yes, thank you very much, sir. You are free to go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
If you have any additional questions. No, Your Honor, not on that.
That's this guy's life right here. Gray pants, gray jacket, gray tie,
Gray
gray
face.
skin, gray hair. This is just his life. He's just gray.
Just all gray all the time. He's
Gray.
a wrecked Jordan Peterson. He does look a little
Yeah.
bit like Jordan Peterson.
It's like the character in the Douglas Adams Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy where he was an unfortunate guy because there was just a little rain cloud that followed him wherever he went. Just rained on his head. He just got a little rain cloud following him wherever he goes on his little gray day, his little gray life. Probably drives a gray car and sits
Gray
at a
car.
gray desk. He's just gray. 50 Shades of Gray. No, Voodoo Berries.
Not that kind of gray.
And Judge Tuft up here is like, man, my tuft is only the second coolest tuft in Florida. Yeah, Voodoo Berries. That would have been a much different 50 Shades of Grey movie.
Yeah, exactly.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. With the statute in mind, the question is whether my client is competent. And the court has heard from Dr. Leon and Dr. Castillo and Dr. Davis a moment ago. And there's consistency with his inability to understand the legal process.
She's got a point there.
Yeah.
Even the prosecution's expert witness said he wasn't following the proceedings well.
Mhm.
She's got a point. All of them agree he's got intellectual problems.
The ability to appreciate charges, the adversarial nature of this courtroom and what we do here. Although there's some debate about his ability to manifest.
All right. Time to get up on my little pedestal here. Ryan Macron says, the fact that people need to attack the witness's attire suggests there isn't a good answer to the malingering evidence. The malingering evidence was because he was testing for a psychological disability that literally no one has suggested he has. Nobody in the defense hasn't suggested it. He hasn't. Nobody has suggested he had a psychological
And
problem.
that could also be a misunderstanding problem too, based on him not understanding what the questions are, not understanding.
Ryan Macron has the understanding problem. The malingering was, he was saying when he was testing him for a psychological disability, he believed he was malingering and not trying hard to answer the question. Yeah, he didn't test for an intellectual disability. So he couldn't say he was malingering for a intellectual disability.
Right.
But he did say he was having problems understanding the processes and facts of this. So yeah, that's kind of a good answer to the malingering evidence. It had fuck all to do with what we're talking about here. That's just about as good as an answer as I can get. The malingering evidence had fuck all to do with the assertions of an intellectual disability. All right. Off soapbox. Let's go.
Courtroom behavior. Dr. Leon said no, or Dr. Leon said yes because he can sit quietly. But Dr. Castillo was more nuanced in explaining that yes, but he can't interact.
No, Ryan. The evidence was not that he pretended to not understand some facts. The expert for the prosecution admitted that he had concerns about his ability to understand the facts.
They tested him for the wrong thing. They thought they were testing him for psychological disorders, and that was never the argument that the defense was making. The defense is making the argument he isn't mentally competent, does not understand things, and can't stand trial because of that. Not because of any psychological disorder, but clearly the prosecution misunderstood and only tested him for the psychological disorders.
Yeah.
So they didn't test him for intellectual disorders, and so the malingering is not on intellectual, it's on psychological, which no one is alleging. So
like literally nobody.
It's irrelevant, it's moot, and it doesn't matter.
This guy looks like my stake president or bishop. Well, if little more humor there. If you know, you know. Thank you, been there, done that. That dog in them with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much. But he is competent to stand trial because he isn't crazy. What about mental deficient? Exactly. That's what happened. Xcomer, Triple Z, second largest coastline is the reason for all the swimming. Okay. Cops are expected to help out in an emergency here. I know. Weird concept. Cool. All right. Well, we all know where we all stand. So let's jump back. As soon as David gets his membership for 10 months, thank you, David, so much for the support. Has anyone tested the prosecution for intellectual disability?
They should.
Yeah, no, nobody's been asked to do that yet, but I'm concerned about their ability to understand some facts of the case.
Me too.
Counsel or follow what's going on in the court before him. And then Dr. Davis, who is very clear as to his role was to evaluate for mental illness, and he did not at all do any evaluations into intellectual disability.
Yep.
All three doctors are consistent that he's not psychotic or suffering from psychosis or mania. But even though Dr. Davis says that he's competent, he himself had to his own report identifies concern with the adversarial process.
Exactly. His own report indicates concern about intellectual abilities.
With that in mind,
Sorry for yelling in your ear, everybody.
With the information that the court has, that he is clearly not competent for this courtroom, for this court setting, for this particular case. And then there's the next question, what to do with it. If he is truly intellectually disabled, then yes, you cannot restore an intellectually disabled individual. But we don't know that for sure, and why. The very test materials that we use to do that are not normed for an individual with his language skills. There are tests that are normed for Spanish, French, clearly for English and a few other languages. But there's no way to use those traditional testing to see if he's intellectually disabled. But if he was found incompetent, the court could instruct him to the least restrictive form of custody that he would receive competency training in the community. And yes, I am not blind to the immigration detainer that exists.
Oh God. All right. This is the last time I'm going to engage because we need to get through this. Ryan Macron says, legal advice, you should watch the testimony again. Despite claiming not to understand what not guilty means, he later spontaneously demonstrated understanding. And the illegal also told several inconsistent stories about his background. Because he wasn't being questioned in his native language. He was being questioned in a language he barely spoke. He was being questioned at times in Spanish. He understood Spanish slightly better than he spoke, and he spoke almost nothing. His native language is Mom, a obscure Mayan dialect that's spoken only by about 500,000 people on planet Earth. His inconsistent stories, as the first two experts testified, came from his inability to understand the questions and to think linearly due to his intellectual disabilities, as well as linguistic and cultural disabilities, where it's a very literal language. And as the first witness was saying, there's no conceptual difference. There's no way to differentiate between being guilty of something, pleading guilty even though you didn't do it, and being found guilty even though you're innocent. So the inconsistent stories, the inconsistency came from not understanding what's being said because you're being questioned in a foreign language you barely understand, as well as your own personal linguistic and cultural inability to differentiate things, compounded with your intellectual ability to understand them. Across the board, they said he was just saying yes, 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 when it was clear he wasn't understanding the question because he's acquiescent and wants to. At the beginning, they said that he thought his duty was to agree with the prosecutor. That's what he thought. His job was to agree with the prosecutor. So that's. I'm not going to convince you. You're not going to change me. So. Agree to differ, even though you're completely wrong.
Are you still fighting with chat? Stop fighting with chat.
No, just had to address that. Mine's better. And the dog in him says he is answering the questions. The issue is if he understands the question at hand. Precisely. All right. We need to get through the last 15 minutes here.
In this particular case. But if the court were to allow the least restrictive, even if he was taken to the, perhaps it would be Chrome, and then there is that potential that he would still get a release and ability to work on this case.
But thank you for your opinions, Brian. You're welcome to disagree with me, because it's no fun if we're all agreeing with each other all the time.
Ordered by this court and allow him to continue the competency training. It would not be for nothing, so to speak, with a double negative, to allow for competency training, because at least then there'd be that opportunity to verify through observation whether or not he's intellectually disabled, or if it is just an issue of the man language and his background. He clearly doesn't understand the court system, the roles of the parties in the court, and his rights. Competency training would allow him to have that education, and it would also allow an opportunity in observation for other individuals, third-party individuals, to say he's not understanding.
I didn't.
I do understand that typically.
I didn't time out Bradley Sugars. If somebody did, it shouldn't have happened, because he was participating well.
All of his records are from Guatemala. We have no recording of that information. We do have inconsistencies that appear to be based on language, whether it's the numbers or the sequencing or nuances. His reporting of his social history is varied and confusing. Is that because he's intellectually disabled, or is that a function of his language? We don't know right now, and that's why the competency training would be helpful. So I'd ask the court to, without rehashing everything, because I know the court took notes and paid attention, I'd ask the court to find him incompetent, place him in the least restrictive, meaning his release, and allow for competency training with the appropriate agencies, and if need be, allowing the GMC to assist, not just with transportation, also with other issues that he would need for daily living. And to be clear, it's not just that Dr. Davis did not evaluate him for intellectual disability. He didn't do those follow-up questions in terms of how do you eat, how do you get to work. So for him to say that he can do these daily living functions is quite a stretch. And it's without an actual investigation as to how he's actually doing. And rightfully so, because he wasn't there to evaluate him for intellectual disability. His focus was mental illness. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I find her arguments very compelling.
Well, I disagree with the characterization that counsel just made. Dr. Davis was going to do a competency evaluation. Whether that was mental illness or intellectual disability, it doesn't really matter. He's there to do a competency evaluation. What his testimony was, in general, was that he saw that in his, even with individuals who are intellectually disabled, they would at least retain some information. You know, if there's some misunderstanding, you give them the information, you test them on their ability to retain that information, and he got worse, which raised a red flag with him consistently.
All right, this is a totally dumb thing for me to respond to, but I'm going to. Why is the court using yellow font for the subtitles? Feels like I'm watching 1990 subtitle anime. I'm using yellow subtitles because yellow subtitles are the most visible subtitles. That's why. That's why I use yellow, because it's the most visible color of subtitles, scientifically proven through multiple studies. Especially when you have things like a white flag in the background where letters can get lost.
Regardless of whether he's intellectually disabled or not, that he was not putting forth his best effort. And because that red flag was risen time and time again during the evaluation, Dr. Davis came away with the conclusion that defendants did in fact had the ability to retain the information and simply did not want to put forth the effort to provide his answers. And so it was his opinion. And he sat here through the testimony of the other two doctors, and despite their testimony, was not persuaded.
Grounds.
It was still his opinion that the defendant was competent to proceed, and his inability to give appropriate answers to the questions that he was being asked is not necessarily. And there was some language issues, of course, but his opinion was that was primarily based on the fact that he wasn't putting forth his best effort.
This guy is Trump shaped.
He is.
The defendant was incompetent.
It's a big ass.
Got to make a determination of why. What's the basis of the incompetence?
Wrong.
It's very clear from the experts the defense put on that it's intellectual disability. None of the experts testified that he had any sort of mental illness. That the ones that said that he was incompetent was based on intellectual disability. Dr.
Nobody
Leon,
cares.
I asked her specifically the question, you know, was he 2 standard deviations below the mean? Was he had deficits in adaptive functioning? Again, I would argue there's some question about that based on Dr. Davis's testimony. He's come to this country here illegally, which, you know, a lot of people who are perfectly highly intelligent would not do that because of how difficult that is. But anyway, Dr.
Oh, well, wait a minute. Oh, he came here illegally, which is something that highly intelligent people wouldn't do because it's difficult. Well, you're just proving the point. He's not intelligent enough to stay in his own country. Following your logic, you dipshit. See, if he wanted to make that argument correctly, he should have made the argument that, you know, people in chat are making. If he's so intellectually handicapped, how could he go across several country borders to find his way into America? That sounds pretty smart to me. Bonehead here just made the exact opposite. Smart people wouldn't try this, so he's here. So therefore, he must be smarter than the smart people that didn't come. Now, that's not how it works, doofus.
That adaptive functions that had an onset before the age of 18. So it meets those 3 criteria for intellectual disability. The court will not find that. The question again, as Ms. Peoples pointed out, is what now? What do you do? And as the May is available, This Guatemalan Resource Center that the person came and testified, Your Honor, they've not ever done this before. They're not even local. They're from West Palm Beach. There's no reason to believe that they have the capacity to provide any kind of restoration training. That needs to be done through SMA, through the Agency for Persons with Disabilities. It needs to be done through that, through contracting with a Mayan interpreter. This idea, even though counsel admits she understands there's an immigration hold, even if the court were to do that, there's not really going to be any way, practically speaking, for him to get outpatient competent training. The court does not have the ability to release him in the community. Even if the court were to do that, and we have a bond motion that's pending, if he's released from this court's custody, the federal government is going to come get him, and they're going to take him into their custody. So he's not going anywhere, either our custody or the federal government's custody. So there's no way to do any kind of citizen community-based restoration training. So with that said, Your Honor, based on the testimony of Dr. Davis, the defendant is competent to proceed. The court were to find that he is not. We believe.
All right, I must be missing something. The argument, if you release him out pending trial, he will be picked up by the feds, so therefore he's competent to stand trial. I think we're missing a few steps there.
There is an ability to provide competency restoration training for him, either with SMA or the Agency.
Have you reached out to SMA, if anyone's spoken to SMA, if they're able to do that?
I have not. Dr. Davis said he believed that he has constant contact with them a lot. He indicated that he believed that they would be able to do that. Right, yes, Your Honor. And they do that. I think the complication obviously is the language issue. But that's something that we've had to deal with as a court system, even today. There are interpreters that are available that we should be able to work that out.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Anything else from the?
Very briefly, Your Honor.
Very briefly, Your Honor.
Everything that guy just said is bullshit. Thank you.
Was not here offering competency training, but just to facilitate in terms of bringing him back and forth for transportation, if released, allowing him to be in close proximity to his family, if the court allowed, if the court wanted him to stay here in St. Augustine, they would make provision for that in terms of providing housing, transportation, and training in terms of how to deal with or talk to teachers and things of that nature, that there are clear and distinct cultural differences between my client and his interaction with any government agency, and they can come alongside and help with that. But if the court did order competency training, then they could facilitate that meeting, bring him to the doctor, take him back.
And we're assuming that he's going to be released, which is a pretty large assumption. So what could the court order if the court goes along with this? What could the court order while he's in custody?
While he's in custody, right? Because the reason I'm saying that is because the court knows that it's to do it in the least restrictive form.
I understand that the least restrictive form, as we know it, is that regardless of what this court does, the federal government also has a hold on him. So he would not be released. So I'm asking again, other than releasing him to the public, what are the court's options?
Based on the representations of the doctors, it would be, if not out, I do believe the report from Castillo.
Jeff, I gotta go.
All righty.
I'm so sorry, but I have to go scream at Apple because they're making things really difficult for me right now.
Well, we've only got 5 minutes left anyway, so thank you for being here, Megan.
Well, sorry, I was dealing with Apple for half of the time. All right. Love you guys. See you later, chat. Be good.
MeganFox.locals.com. That's where you need to go to get all your Megan Fox needs. Thanks, Megan, for being here. We'll chat. We'll chat
Later.
soon. See ya. And Yoda is still out.
It just doesn't seem to be the best option for him. But both doctors were in favor of some form of observation and competency training. So there, if the court could allow for or court order competency training, Volusia,
So he
And
would
then
be held in the Volusia County Jail, ordered SMA to assist with competency training,
and then there would be a period of observation, that 6 month period, to see how is he progressing, is he learning, he's clearly passive, it's not an issue. With him fighting, he does want to learn, he's picking up Spanish and he's picked up a little bit of English while he's here. So at least that opportunity to observe and see if he can learn could be accomplished with some competency training. Clearly, defense counsel would prefer some sort of outpatient, but yes, I would think SMA or some other agency with a man interpreter would be very important. So, with this particular dialect.
and that could be provided by the Guatemalan.
They can assist with that, yes.
All right, and I need to think about this a little bit. I'm not prepared to rule right now. I don't know what that does for a bond motion, for a bond. If you want to still proceed on that, or do you want to table that for another day until the court rules issue?
I want to say, Judge, everything's where it stops until the court of competency. So,
Ms. Peoples?
And it's the court's position that competency has to be resolved first.
Well, what does the law say? Can you tell me?
It's my understanding, and I
No,
don't have.
are the proceedings stayed until this determination can be made?
It's the understanding of counsel, yes, Your Honor. I'm not perfectly clear. It's just my understanding of competency is that I'm allowed to move forward with the motions that are not dispositive. And that's why I filed a motion seeking bond.
I believe that well, let me ask you this. Would it not require, for a bond hearing, some level of engagement with your client, from your client, as to that proceeding? That's my concern.
Yes.
So unless you can tell me that you could go forward without any level of engagement or participation by your client, I think that you know the answer to this.
Yes.
All right. I will certainly recognize that we need to get that bond hearing scheduled as quickly as possible. So I will think about this a little bit more. This is a complex situation, as we can all agree. So let me have a little bit of time to think about it. I will either reconvene to announce my ruling in the open court, or I will issue a written order.
Yes.
All right. Anything else from the state? Anything else from the defense? Court is adjourned.
All right, that brings this to an end. The competency hearing, as he said, the judge is still considering this. He says it's a very complicated issue, needs to be considered further. My understanding is the bond hearing is taking place today. So I've been checking the two news sources I have don't have anything live, so I don't know if that means the bond hearing didn't take place today, or if it means it's not being streamed live, or what. But as soon as I have any information on that, we'll let you know in an update. But that's the end of the competency hearing. I mean, how would you decide? What would you do with this? It's up to you entirely. If you're the judge, how do you rule on this? Is he competent? And if he's not, what does that mean? Does he go into a treatment program somehow? Do they drop the charges? Does he, do the feds step in and take custody of him? There are some complicated issues here. Well, I mean, those of you that are saying I would toss the case, I mean, it's stupid the case was even brought in the first damn place. But let's wrap this up here with a few things, because it's getting on to be 3 a.m. here. David has been a member for 10 months. Says anyone we already did this. We tested them for intellectual disability. I guess that's it. we're all caught up on everything. So I want to do a couple of things here real quick. One, I want to just like one minor programming announcement. I'm changing my Friday stream schedule. Unless there's like a trial going on or a hearing like this or whatnot that's happening live on Friday morning, I am going to not do a Friday morning stream anymore. Just for Friday night purposes, I kind of need a Friday night to chill and relax. But it doesn't mean I'm not going to be doing anything Friday. Right now, we'll try it. We'll see how it works out. See if it works out for me. See if it works out for you guys. But right now, my plan is to, moving forward, not do a Friday morning stream, but whenever the possibility is there, to do a Friday evening stream. So I'll just be bumping it from Friday morning to Friday evening U.S. time. So yeah, that for me, that'll mean I get to go out and hang around with friends and do things on Friday nights, which I haven't done for literally a year and a half. So it'll free up my Friday evenings, and then when I wake up on Saturday morning, then I can do a quick stream for a little bit and then still go about my weekend. It'll free up a little time. So that's what I plan. Oh, dog stretch. So again, that was just a little programming, and no, and F Fridays will still happen. But more likely than not, they'll happen on a Friday evening US than a Friday morning. But and by the way, the next F Friday will be happening on January 19th. That will be the next F Friday. Hey, good morning, Yoda. What's up? But anyway, I just wanted to let you know that. So in case you were wondering, I'll mention it a few times between now and the next Friday. So Friday mornings will now become Friday evenings, but everything else will remain the same. It'll just free up a Friday. Let me sleep early if I want to sleep early. Let me go out and hang out with friends if I want to, whatnot. But anyway, we'll be there. So that's one thing I want to do. And the second thing I really wanted to say, super, super special thanks to mods for being here and taking the mod duty seriously. And chat, thank you guys. It's okay to disagree with each other. We can disagree respectfully. I don't want to be preaching to the choir. I don't want everybody agreeing with each other. That's no fun. But a good spirited debate, friendly, not combative, not insulting to each other. I love you, chat. You're the best chat on the entire internet because you can handle yourself. You can police yourself. We don't have to have draconian laws in effect. So thank you very much for that. And thank you so much, everybody, for your generosity in supporting the channel, either through super chats, gifted memberships, purchasing memberships, just being here and clicking the like and subscribe button. And if you haven't done that, by the way, this is your last chance to hit that like and subscribe button. If somehow you're watching on the replay crew and you've watched all 4 hours of this, make sure you hit that subscription and like button on your way out. And how did our poll end today? Where did our poll go? Here's our poll. Our poll was sorry. Blue Varo, $2. When is the probable cause hearing? Bond hearing is next. Don't know any other schedule. We'll keep you posted on everything relating to this case going forward as it becomes available to me. And XCOM or Triple Z, could you please explain why so many Americans adore the cops? I can't. Is it because they've been keeping the colored from the white historically? That's a weird thing, but I don't know. Question authority. Right, with that, so thank you again, chat, for being the best chat out there. Thank you for your support. Thank you, everybody. What we're going to do now is we're going to head on over to Eric Hunley's Laid Back News. Nick Starov is on there. He's not streaming right now, so we can't go over to Nick Starov. So we're going to go over to Laid Back News. So thank you very much for that. Our like and subscribe poll. How much do the cops in this case suck? 6% of you said a little. 17% of you said a lot. 70% of you said all the suckage, and only 6% of you said they ain't so bad. So keeping that in mind, everybody have a great New Year's. I don't know exactly what I'm going to be doing for New Year's Eve, whatnot. I haven't figured out my schedule yet. We may be doing something on New Year's morning. I don't know. We'll play it by ear, but if not, we'll definitely be back on next Tuesday with stuff. So stand by for that. Everybody have a great, great weekend. If you don't hear from me before New Year's, have a wonderful New Year's and a wonderful, safe New Year's. And please, as someone who has lost an older brother to a drunk driver on New Year's Eve, do not drink and drive. Not a drop. And take care of yourselves. Enjoy each other. Enjoy your legal vices. We'll catch you soon. Lorax out.